104, man. Well, how I let you fall. And here to the Lord, all praise to the Most High. I put my strength in the Lord, and my power in His might. I'ma put on the whole armor of God, trying to endure the fight. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in the Lord. Most I kept calm, put the pressure on. Set me down and looked on you left. Had it my way, probably been gone. Now I move to the beat of his drum. Selling repent water, get some. In the streets, my feeling went on. Can you take the truth, come get some? Wanna get rid of flee? Pull the script, demon flee. Watch the demon get gone. Pull the script, every beat that I get on. Royalty, every strip that I get on. New script when we need, I petition. This for the family, put my chick on. The brand doing great, you know the art known in the game. I'm just trying to distribute the place. Fill with the fruits of the spirit. Trying to explain, but they don't wanna hear. Amos 3 and 3, they can't get near me. Pray for my ribs, trying to print the loins girt about with true righteous breasts. My feet in the gospel of peace, got the shield of faith. You know I'ma do it myself, just the way the flesh daily. Praying for one accord. Iron sharpens iron, I'ma use my sword. And praying for a helmet of salvation. Let's go. I put my strength in the Lord, and my power in His might. I'ma put on the whole armor of God, trying to endure the fight. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in the Lord.
Yeah, renewing my mind. I thank y'all for the strength divine. Check out my fruits, I'ma limit the line. Almost the end, 11:59. Whoa, shit, look at the time. Gotta put me together when I fall apart. Gave me straight from the scriptures alive. What you mean? You can't intervene. The power we need it, we go by the scribe. I'm so ancient. I remember myself in these times. One day I woke up like, hold up, I got to stop eating swine. Loving me through y'all, He gave me strength to put calls on decline. Got the truth, think I broke down, but thank y'all I didn't lose my spine.
I put my strength in the Lord, and my power in His might. I'ma put on the whole armor of God, trying to endure the fight. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in the Lord. I put my strength in the Lord, and my power in His might. I'ma put on the whole armor of God, trying to endure the fight. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in Him. I put my strength in the Lord.
Yeah. Yeah. Put my strength in the Lord. Shout out to the new artist. That is Apostle's son, everybody. The Lions Den discussion champion. See? The apple don't fall too far from the tree. Huh?
Who was the female that was rapping? I like her flow.
Yeah, there's some new artists, but the lead guy was Apostle's son. And Karima didn't even, this is how the Most High worked. Karima didn't even know that was Apostle's son, and she was sharing that video. And then Apostle tagged her. Go ahead, Sister Karima, tell the story.
Yeah, I didn't know he was. He told me that was his son, and I never know.
Right, see? I'll go ahead. I thought you were still talking, so I muted my mic. Yeah, it's Apostle's son. So if you look at him, that's him on the album cover. He kind of like a young apostle. No, they Karima. All right, timing is everything. Let me just continue. All right, so welcome to the den of, something we having a few little timing problems. Usually that's because we've been off. We was flagged for a whole week, everybody. I'm just gonna tell you what's been going on. Everybody been watching us. So when we come back on, we cannot talk about the jab. We cannot talk about the LGBTWQ. Those type of conversations we will steer away from, or we won't be on the air. That's just what it is. Before we get going, like I said, welcome to the Lions Den. We've been out for a while. We got one of our top debaters on the platform with us today, to Corey TKO Dawson. How this brother earned his nickname is when he came into his very first debate, and that debater was not prepared. His name is Isabio Robinson, and it was bad. We had some formidable judges that day. We had Mutawar Mugabe, we had Yashmin Israel, and we had one more guy. I forgot, but it was fair. It was fair with judges because these guys are good listeners. And so that's how Corey got his name. Go ahead, Corey, introduce.
Yeah, my name is Corey Dawson. Uh, yeah, man. Yeah, I be, knocking folks out. You know what I'm saying? Giving folks their work. My last opponent,
He's
my
knocking them
last,
out.
I still feel bad for my last opponent, the last debate. That was horrible. Yeah, but I had asked God for forgiveness for killing these folks so bad, so I just, had to obey the Torah and ask for repentance. I'm
Right.
joking,
And when he
okay.
said killing, we're talking about debates. Because
Yeah,
let me tell
debate.
y'all something. This is how they doing this. Yasha and Cephas Black was back and forth talking stuff, and we know they get along. And Terry said, I'll kill you in a debate. And Facebook flagged him. I mean, took how they say not flagged him, but he in jail for 30 days, Facebook jail. So that's what I'm saying. So that's another word we got to be just careful, like kill. That's how petty they getting with us. They don't want us to speak on anything anyway. Because we are the true children of the Most High God. You know what I'm saying? We not just no goddamn Gentile, as the world has professed us to be for a long time. And even though they know the truth, because Norman Lear, he put on there Ned the Wino as Black Jesus. I don't know if he was trying to mock us or he was subliminally sending out truths. See, Corey, you probably be too young to even know about good times. But you in your early 20s, right? No, you hitting the late 20s now, right? It's been about 5 years since I've been
Yeah, I'm
knowing you.
about to be 30.
Go on to Corey. Move that big 3-0, man. Yeah. See? That's what I'm talking about. The time is passing. I'm trying to keep everybody at the same little age because I don't want to get too much older. But you know what's going to happen. Ain't nothing wrong with it, man. I ain't going to say I don't want to get much older because, I want to live to the 80s and 90s. Why not? As long as the health is good, you know. You know what I'm saying? But this is what we've been waiting for, y'all. Now, this was a one-sided debate in my eyes. It wasn't fair, and I just want y'all to make your own judgment. I'm gonna keep it to myself who I thought won, but in my mind, it was a one-sided debate. Corey's never seen it. Creamer, did you watch it in its full entirety?
No, I didn't.
All right, so this is a special treat. I already talked to Sarnetta. Told him I'll be doing a recap, so he'll probably be popping in. Y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe, and we finna check out this debate. Soon as Creamer share, oh, there we go.
Is here. Do y'all have any
Shout out to Sarnetta TV. It's buffering or is it me? Well, is it buffering? Okay, well, while we're getting it all straight, the technical team is getting everything straightened out. To Corey Dawson, go ahead. You got the floor, brother. You want to talk about, who on your radar, what you got upcoming? You still doing your book, you know? Oh, okay,
Oh,
wait.
I'm finished with my book.
Oh man, I can't wait for that one, man. I can't wait. All right. Well, we got the debate going, I think, to Corey. Sister Screamer, I don't hear nothing. Maybe we don't hear nothing.
That's him. He
We
just
don't
take
hear nothing.
at
Oh
least
yeah,
no
he like
fast
to be.
forward.
Yeah,
That's
he
him
getting
taking
everybody.
it.
Oh yeah, he like to be. Yeah, okay. See, I'm my pet peeve is silence during the show.
Cast the pearls to swine, reverse the design, even merge divide. Side net a TV when two worlds collide. Might hurt to decide.
Sister Kareem, I know Sister Kareem, can you put the copyright thing up though? It just anyway. Yeah, you forgot to put the copyright thing up. Just so YouTube won't be like saying something. I know they already said it was okay.
Yeah, if he says it's okay, we good.
But no, just can you just put the
I
because
got you.
they don't take each other our words for each other. They gonna do what the hell they want to do as far as YouTube. But let's just protect ourselves and just little that copyright. There we go. Our copyright make you want to slow down. All right.
Yeah, I'm going on.
Somebody just joined the panel before we start. Is that the champ?
Champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I got somebody for you, champ, to have a discussion with. This young brother named Domo. Domo, I see you peeking around. Yeah. You got to keep it interesting, Domo. This ain't nothing personal. This is information. Go ahead and say something real quick, champ, and then we're going to start this up. I want everybody's equal assessment, including you, Domo. So I know they're going to be jumping on later. I want everybody's equal evaluation of what y'all seen. Did you see any red herrings? Did you see any logical fallacies? Argument from ignorance, ad homs, all that. Did you get off topic? All that. Let's go.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my sister, my big sister, my little sister, the one, La Hefa, Sister Karima,
I have
and
five.
Lions Den, where it goes down at, and my brother JJ 7000. But most of all, right now, I'm just giving ups to Akana for allowing that collaboration between him and my son, allowing my son to shine on that new video, Tap Out. Y'all make sure y'all get that and listen to my boy. Listen to my boy, my son, spit the lines about this here book and about.
He look like you.
Yeah.
That's you in the back of the time machine.
Yeah. So I appreciate and I want to shout the brother out for doing this for my son. He's been at this thing since I can remember, since a teenager. He got a couple of things out on SoundCloud.
Well, how come you didn't tell us this, champ? Because look, Karima found it by the grace of God. She played it, and then you called and told her, "Hey, that's my son."
I sent it to her. Because see, what happened was I've been at my son. I said, "Look, I need some of your music." Well,
okay.
Before he met the Lord, he was into the street life, and he's not feeling that now. So he didn't want me to put none of that out, even his old name, what he used to go by. He's Nabai Yahawada Kuso. So he don't want to go by his old name. And he wants to live and die off his new music that's representing the Most High. Not the stuff that he represented when he represented that old type of life in the old world. So, I kept saying, son, he got this song, man, explaining his transition from Washington, D.C. to South Carolina. How, which is powerful, man. And I wanted to play it, but he kept saying, "Nah, Pops, I don't want that out." And then he's my son, but I had to respect it, man. That's his music.
Right.
It's not my music.
But you know,
So what made him finally want to let you play the music or share it, Elder
well,
Cross
he changed. If
Zakor?
you listen to the message of the music, it's different than what it used to be.
Okay,
See, he's on that bill now. He's on pleasing Yahweh. He's not on pleasing the world. He's not trying to please the world now. So
hallelujah.
he's uplifting. He's uplifting Yahweh Bahashem Yahweh Shah. You
That's
know,
right.
and you know he's a Kuso. You know, if you know anything about Kuso, he carries his own driver's license, his own ID. He's a separate nation in the nation here in South
Okay,
Carolina.
man. That sounds like some of that more stuff that King Seth.
It's not
Or,
Moorish, but it's native
okay, yeah,
stuff.
King Seth. He made some good points about it.
Yeah,
Some of that stuff can get us messed up or get us
yeah. Well, like
killed.
I say, yeah, but like I say, he has
No,
his
I'm just saying we don't know what how to
right,
present.
right.
Yeah,
They big here, man. They've been like this for maybe 20, 30 years. They wanted to make me a chief, man, but that's not where I'm at right now. You know,
okay.
that's where my son is. So,
Well, you are chief champion for us when it comes to these discussions.
yeah.
I will say
But,
that.
you know, I've always had the utmost faith in my son and his ability. Him as well as my oldest son. My oldest son is 42. And, he's living his life. He's a phlebotomist. He draws blood. That's what he want to do. So, but we'll see. Um, so big ups to him, man. I even sent you the message. But most of all,
Yeah,
big
no,
ups to
I didn't get it. Big ups to. I didn't get it from Apostle. Apostle shared it like later. I've been promoting this group, and I've been promoting different Hebrew truth artists. So that's how I end up getting them different artists, because I promote different people that's in the truth. I even have other rap platforms, but I end up playing his music and really actually promoting his music, well, his friend's music. And he's actually connected. So that's how I end up running into him.
I cannot,
Okay.
man. He's a decent brother, man. He's about Yahweh, and that's no joke. He's about helping the young people. He's about helping those he's about sharing. And that's what I appreciate about this brother, man. I had a conversation with him. We talked about hooking up. One day we hope to meet each other, but I don't know. I told him in this life or the life to come, if we have the opportunity, praise God, man. That's what I'm about. Building, man, because we can't do this thing alone. We need each other. Our strength, your strength, my strength combined together, making our strength. And that's how we're going to do this thing, man. Through the strength of God.
That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
All right. Corey, you got some guy in the audience trying to call you out, but I don't know what to do with all that. Hey. But anyway, let's
Corey,
get
what
to the
happened,
debate.
man? What happened today? Why you dropped off?
Who?
Wasn't you on
Oh, you talking about on Bro Sanchez channel?
Yeah.
Oh, my phone had died.
Oh man, I was
Hey.
wondering what happened to you, man. I
Yeah, my
wanted you
phone
to
had
tag.
died and shit. Yeah, my
Yeah.
phone died.
Corey be
Okay.
on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I was on Philly OG channel too. I don't know if y'all know him.
No,
okay.
I don't know him, but
Yeah, I
yeah.
was on his channel yesterday when they was.
Sanchez, my boy, man.
Yeah, I was on there with Madon Kemet.
That sounds like
Yeah.
a new up and improved Philly cheesesteak. Oh, Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Domo, you're more than welcome to jump on
Who
and
who
give us
who said they won't
your
smoke?
judgment on the Chris Harris debate. Yarah, excuse me. He know both of these brothers. He been knowing both of them brothers. He was part of the same league with them. But Corey, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, man. And then we can get this started.
Yermer Yahoo. Yermer Yah. He won't smoke. I don't even know that guy.
I think he might be. Yeah, it's a couple of years.
From
Yeah, he
Torah
probably
Nights, I
from
told
Tour
you.
Night.
He from I told you. Yeah.
He's a confused young man. One minute he believe in Jesus, next minute it's up to what Judah say, how he believe.
I
So,
think he won't smoke because I showed that they say we can do all type of sin in the next kingdom. And now they
Oh
still
Lord, I
they
forgot you told
not
me that, Corey. They said
now
that.
they still angry about that. I'm like, man, shit, man, that's not the Torah way, man. You know, shit. If you trying to keep the Torah on the earth and you telling me that we're gonna be sinning in the God's house,
Oh
we gonna be Toralist
no.
in God's house?
We will be perfect human beings, perfect beings on the other side. We will be made like Christ. We will be
Hey,
priests and kings. What is they
not
talking
under the
about to the
not
nation?
under the Onias administration.
Yeah, well, see, the 09s, that's the problem with that. Because, see, that system can't clean you no way. If you
That's a
were
paper
filthy
rock scissors
before that,
thing
you're filthy
according
now.
to Judah Nazareth.
Yeah, confused. Fact. Confused. Facts.
Hey, well, they calling our lines in. They about to see what's about to go down when they call us out. Because hey, when usually we calling out all these other groups like Dagger Squad and Armand
Yeah,
Rod
I wouldn't
Squad,
have
and
much.
then
Yeah,
we'll get one.
I
Go
ain't
ahead, y'all.
debate
Go
the
ahead.
Bible. My bad. I ain't debate the Bible in a minute. Yeah. So this might be good. I ain't
Get
debate
back
the
to the
Bible in a
Bible.
minute.
Yeah, you've been debating other topics like me.
Hell yeah.
I would respect you if you took a stand for Hamashiach and stopped wavering around Judah Naz and how he feels about you know where you come from. You know
Hey,
what you believe.
hey, yeah, he do. Hey, Corey, say something in the chat so Karima can give you a wrench.
You say
If you
what?
can while you're on the phone. If not, if it's gonna drop you out, we'll wait till the next show. Make sure you get your wrench.
What happened?
Now you want to give you a wrench. He telling you to
Oh,
say
oh,
something in the chat.
type something in the chat. Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Oh, in the
yeah,
YouTube chat.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they're gonna throw you off from the show while you own it, then we'll wait till next time to get your
Okay.
wrench. Yeah,
All
that
right.
probably.
Let me see if
All
I
right,
can
let's
type
get this
something
show
in.
on. Okay, go ahead. My fault. My timing a little off, man, because I ain't been on the den in 9 days on the main channel. So we
No,
reset.
go ahead. He was just saying that he was gonna go and see if he can make a comment in the chat. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right, okay. Let's get this show on the road. Chris Harris versus Yarah, Elder Yarah. Did the is there proof of Israelites coming on the slave ships in the transatlantic slave trade? We're gonna check out this debate.
Yeah, Karima, you see somebody wants you to play that song, Tap Out, at the end
At
of the
the end
show.
of the show. All right.
Apostle, you know we opened up the show with the
Yeah,
song too.
yeah. I dropped something.
No, we didn't open it with the one he talking about. I got it.
Oh, different. Okay.
Oh, different one. Yeah.
What'd you say, Ja'Cory?
I dropped something. I dropped Shalom in there.
Oh, okay. He dropped the Kareem.
All right, give me a few seconds.
All right. Well, while we waiting for that, we finna get ready to get this debate going. As far as a recap,
Yeah,
there's a lot of things I noticed when I was watching. But
yeah. You can always pick up on more information that you didn't see the first time around.
yeah. That's a fact. I mean, there was a lot that I caught. Because remember, y'all, this was supposed to be me and Rob Barnes' debate a long time ago. He been ran from this. And then even Chris Harris.
That dude was on Sign That of the Night. That's the dude you wanted me to rap with?
Yeah, that's my new recruit, man. He debate everybody. See, I
Okay.
brought him over there to debate
Right,
Reggie and Garfield, but you see how both of them cried like little babies, you
right,
know. And
right.
he got it, and he been calling these guys out, but he's on a smaller platform, so they ignore it. So I brought him over there.
He's from France.
Yes, I brought him over there
Yeah.
so he can get a louder bullhorn.
Yeah, he was dropping some information on Reggie. He even dropped a bit
So
on
see,
Felicia,
Sarnetta want
man.
to,
Did you hear
and
that?
Sarnetta want to try to use him, try to get him to, hold hand with him, but he ain't that type
Right,
of brother.
Right.
So
Sonetta doing that thing, man. He's trying to use him as a connect to bring in the people, to keep him what's the word, reverent, to keep him reverent. You know, he got new stuff coming on, but that came from you, JJ.
yeah, it came from me.
Yeah,
Boy, I'm saying
he didn't say nothing about that you introduced him.
I had to come on there and tell him this is my recruit.
Yeah,
You know, but it's okay.
He could have shouted you out for that.
That's okay. I get my flowers. I get my flowers when
man. They try to
I
act
get my
like
flowers one day.
they do everything themselves. They get it all. You know, they don't depend on a hookup.
No, Sonetta didn't claim that he found, but it was people out. We been knew about him. Well, if you been knew about him, why ain't y'all bring him to the forefront?
Yeah.
Chris Harris go on there. Why Chris Harris didn't bring him to the forefront? You know why? Because Chris Harris is about self.
Right.
That brother came on there. They was giving him money in his cash app. See, Chris Harris want that. But Chris Harris, you too goddamn biased. If you come on there and like Shaka Duga, come on there and don't hold your bias, and maybe people support you in your goddamn channel, nigga.
I know
Let's
one
go.
thing. You don't have to beg for nothing. If folk gonna give it to you, they gonna give it to you. You ain't got to get up there and beg for it.
Right. But just a lot of the stuff that he was saying, it was a lot of things that I'd be saying, but it's not coming. It was coming from him, so that they receive him better than me over there on that platform.
Oh yeah,
I ain't got a problem with it. I don't mind helping people shine.
Right. He's
I
came
don't
it
have a
down.
problem with it at all.
He's came it down. He even came at Dr. Williams.
Reggie.
Well,
Yep. So he can decipher the Metanetta. He want that $1,000.
Yeah, he said he want that $1,000.
I ain't mad at him. So let's get it. Let's get it, Kareem. Yeah.
Clash of the Titans, fighting some spitting mad, but they ain't half as exciting. This platform we battle for the souls of man. Those kidnapped and trapped upon stolen land. Doesn't matter where you at on this earth. Africa's the true origin of your birth. Teaching you true health and wealth, knowledge of self-worth instead of killing your health, going to jail over turf. We all truth seekers asking questions. Should we seek them in the shrine lodge or the
Y'all on killer mode? Look at him.
Science or religion? Is it freedom or will it make a little difference? Is it Indian, Aboriginal, indigenous people? Should we worship money? Is it still a root of all evil? We all born with mental shackles if we black, and the only thing that's gonna free us is the actual facts. Whose words will survive when we purge the lies? That curse the divine. Cast the pearls to swine, reverse the design, even merge divide. Side net a TV where two worlds collide. Might hurt to decide just who verbs will vibe. When we curve all the jive, whether girls or guys. No herbs left alive in this earthly skies. Side at a TV where two worlds collide. Is it the gods and herbs or the Moors? Should we master UCC in commercial law? Is it being Muslim, Christians, or the Jews? Should we push the old school and need something new? Is it atheism, Egyptologists, Hebrew Israelites, flat earthers, herbalists? To get our people right, I'm in Rod Squad, RBG, or New Covenant. Should we work for it? Should we overthrow the government? Should we all go for self, being savages and vultures? Pan-African, or is hip-hop our culture? Is it nationality or correct status? Should we integrate Me Too or Black Lives Matter? Should we hit the streets with the Panthers? Unify the gangs, is all-out war the right answer? Are we Asiatic or Arabian? Should we just free Dr. York and be Nawapi and a Sabian? Whose words will survive when we purge the lies? That curse the divine, cast the pearls to swine. Reverse the design, even merge divide. Side net a TV where two worlds collide. Might hurt to decide just who verbs will vibe. When we curve all the jive, whether girls or guys. No herbs left alive in this earthly skies. Side net a TV where two worlds collide.
All right, man. That's what I'm talking about. Peace and Black Power family. Y'all are in for a real good battle tonight because we got Elder Yarah, who is definitely a former opponent, and Chris Harris. These two brothers have much respect for one another. They've been debating for a long time, so don't think this is their first debate. This is going to be one that y'all don't want to miss. Elder Yarah, Chris Harris. Chris Harris is now, he's no longer an Israelite. So Elder Yarah, I don't know how you're going to take this, but This is going to be good. Right now, I'm going to give each of you brothers time to open up. Let the people know what it is. Plant the seed. Let them know what it is that you came here to do, Elder Yarah. I will pass the mic to you. First of all, shout out Judah Nazareth. Judah Naz, you probably didn't know, but you was doing battle with my cousin, man. That was my cousin going back and forth at you, Judah Naz, on the screen earlier, Shaft. So, brother Elder Yarah, you got the floor. Set the tone. Let the people know what it is that you came here to do tonight, brother.
I came here to crack his skull.
That's it. Oh, shit. Elder Yarah just go right to the point. Chris Harris, take advantage of this. Plant the seed. You know, you got to paint the picture. Let the people know what you are here today to do and to prove. You got the floor. 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. So peace to the HOK audience. And what I'm here to do today is simply prove that there were no Israelites on the slave ships. The Israelites, or the Hebrew Israelites over here in America, they draw a lot of their conclusions from Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, books such as Babylon of Timbuktu, which there's a lot of information in there where there's a lot of misinformation in this book. The book by Joseph J. Williams, Hebrew Isms of West Africa, in which he was nothing more than an American Jesuit missionary who himself never traveled to West Africa. Joseph J. Williams was also a proponent of the so-called Hermetic hypothesis. And part of the Hermetic hypothesis, which people have to understand, is the Hermetic hypothesis teaches that nothing of any value ever came into Africa except for by way of the Hamites. They teach that Hamites gave Africa all of its so-called culture. That is part of the Hermetic hypothesis. I also want to show Elder Yarah today has to show Israelites on the boat. My position is no, there were no Israelites on the boat because there was no Israelite nation on the west coast of Africa. They also draw a lot of their inferences from their belief that they are the Hebrew Israelites. Here's what I'm saying in my 5 minutes of time. When you continue to support this Hebrew Israelite narrative, it is in fact nothing more than a pseudo-black methodology upon African culture, African history, and our African ancestors / people.
All right, thank you. It's 2 minutes to open up, not 5, brother.
Oh, okay. All right.
So thank you. Which one of you brothers choose to go first? Y'all work that out. Go ahead.
Yarah, you go first. You the pro.
All right. Yeah, Yarah, you the challenger. You go first. Elder Yarah is here. Do y'all have any disagreements with the title? We got Elder Yarah versus Chris Harris. Is there evidence of Israelites' kingdom on the coast of West Africa? That's all I can put on there for right now. So let's get it in. My brother Yarah, I'm giving you 10 minutes. Even if you don't use all the 10 minutes, I'm going to keep it there.
I thought this was about Israelites being on the boat. I think even Yarah would prove that.
I mean, he can change it to whatever he wants. I
mean, Israelites, yes, West Africa. Yes, I got you.
Okay.
All right.
Remember, I told you to text me the title, Chris. I told you.
Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, it was Yarah's challenge. Me and him spoke on it, and we.
Yeah, I don't debate titles. So we had a conversation. His premise is, as he stated, there's no Israelites.
All right, I'll add the boat. Don't worry about it. Well, as y'all get it in, I will add all of that.
Okay, so I'm about to run upstairs and just get me some water right quick. And Yarah, you can start. I'm not trying to disrespect you.
No, it's all good. Take your time.
Okay. Nah, I think you should wait till he get back so you can hear what he say.
Okay.
You don't want him to say things that you don't know.
1 second.
Go ahead, brother. We got you.
Yeah, go ahead. So, I'll just based on what he just talked about. Listen to understand what he said, family. Number one, that there were no Israelite kingdoms on the west coast of Africa. That's number one.
Are you starting now, Yarah?
I could start now. It don't matter. He can wait till I can wait till he comes back.
Yeah, wait till he come back, because I'm gonna start the clock. Yeah,
it don't matter. Just when you start the clock, so I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
I don't have a lot. Yeah, I'm not doing it now. I'll wait till you come back, Chris. I don't have a lot of slides.
All right, let's get this on in here. Sorry about that.
Okay, Elder Yarah, the time will start when you share your screen. You got 10 minutes. And when two worlds collide, family, what's going to happen? We're going to find out right now when two worlds collide.
All right.
I want Judah Naz to put in the chat who it is that you would like to take on, Judah Naz, and I try to make that happen. So I see your screen.
So my
Your screen is sharing. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, your 10 minutes starts. And for any reason that you need me to hold your time, you got to tell me. Yo, Sar, stop my time for a minute. I got to get this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, all right, your time starts, brother.
Yep, exactly. So again, let's get it. So we heard Chris's lay his premise out. There were no Israelite kingdoms on the west coast of Africa. Number one. Number two, there were no Israelites on the slave ships. So let's get it right. Here, Reclaiming Africa. If anybody wants to know, this is a series that I run respectfully on my channel. So you're just going to get a glimpse of it here. So let's deal with it. We're going to skip that. We don't need that. Evidence of Israelites in America. Now, here's what we have to understand, people. The only way that anyone from the ancient Near East, whether on the west coast of Africa or whether they in the Levant area, the only way to get to the Americas is on a ship, right? This is not planes, trains, and automobiles. The only way you could get here is on a boat. And the only record that we have historically of any people from the west coast of Africa or the continent of Africa coming over to the Americas from the period of before 1492, well into hundreds, right, during the time of the transatlantic slave trade, is by ship. That's it, family. We can go to the slave voyages. That's well documented. We don't even have to go into that. That's minutia to deal with. But let's see what the experts and Sonetta has to agree with. Fair use, Sonetta.
Want me to stop your time? We can't hear it.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Can you hear it now?
No, we can't hear it.
Can you hear it now?
No. All right, you're at 8:07. I stopped your time at 8:07.
It's playing for me. You can't hear it at all?
No. Can you hear it, Chris?
No, sir. Can't hear it at all.
You can't hear it at all?
This is a pretty good source, huh?
Yeah, it's a great source.
Wow.
Let's go to it's on your video. This is Dr. Dana Marnici, right?
Real quick, Yarah. Hey, Sonetta, hit pause. Yarah, go into your microphone. Turn on your microphone on the StreamYard.
On the StreamYard? Okay.
Yeah, go to settings.
Yeah, the time stopped. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So going to the microphone.
Settings, good. Go to audio.
Audio.
All right. Go to default microphone. Go to default microphone.
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, there you go.
All right. Let's try it. Appreciate you, fam. Let's see if that does it.
Yeah, maybe you could go easy on me in this debate now.
Let's see. Let's try it again. Let me know if you can hear it now, Sonetta.
No.
I can't. I don't know what's going on then. Good luck.
Okay. You can't hear it at all?
No.
All right. Hold my time, hold my time, hold my time.
Yeah, I got it. Maybe JJ need to call in and tell you how to do it. Come on, JJ.
Because I can't, it ain't playing at all?
No.
All right. Well, I'll come back to it. Let's deal with this, right? So he said that there were no black kingdoms of Israelites on the west coast of Africa.
All right, time resume. It's 8:07. I'm gonna start the time.
Okay, so resume the time. So black Jews in the west coast of Africa, right? So let's deal with it, right? So here's the source: the Atlantic slave trade from Angola, a port by port slave trade embarked 1701, 1867. You clearly see here. It says here in this source, the present estimates place the participation of each port of embarkation in the Angolan slave trade. In comparative perspective, figure 1 shows that despite the large numbers of captive ships from Luanda and Bengala, The ports from Luando played source of slaves on the coast outside Portuguese control. African merchants dominated this source.
Pause for 1 minute, brother. Pause for 1 minute.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nepal.
Yeah, you could have said it, but Yarah, when you go to share your screen, there's a little box on the lower left-hand side at the bottom. It says share audio. You have to check the box.
Okay, well, it says share my screen.
And then it says share audio at the bottom on the lower left or something. You have to check that box.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Go out of it again and start it all over. And when you say share screen.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, do it over. Go ahead.
Do you see where it says share audio? You got to check the box.
Okay, right here. Audio. I don't even see a screen sharing. So share screen. Share system audio.
Right. Yes, check that box.
Okay.
See if that works.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully that works. All right, peace.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Let's see if that works. Here we go.
Atlantic slave trade. Let's just start there. Okay, there you go. Now you got it. All right, I'm gonna take it all the way back to 807. Starting it back from there. All right, go ahead, brother.
Appreciate it.
Resume. Let's go. Where you want to go at?
All right, I'm gonna play it right now.
All right, time starts.
Slave trade. Let's just start there because it's been a whole argument about Israelites did not come over here on the slave trip. So according to your understanding and your knowledge and information, would you say there were Israelites also on the slave ship that came over here?
The people in West Africa that came over here, the Songhai, Sonink people, Man, Bambara, and several other people related to them, Sarakol, Jalonk, Nawa, and several other, actually dozens of other people came to America. Those people are the ones that were claimed by medieval sources to be Jewish, and whose sources like the Tariq al-Fatach and Tariq Sudan say that they originated from Tiras and Kur and Harun, who are Aaron, Jethro, and Hur in the Bible. The Levites, Levitic people, not just the Levitic priesthood. So now, if I had heard something like this previously, I would have just, again, scoffed it off and said, well, all these African Americans claiming to be Jews and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they're just being, nationalistic and want to make themselves feel good. That's what, people think, when you say that. But the fact is that there were people that were considered Jews in the medieval period that came to America as slaves. And they were probably...
All right, can you start right there real quick?
Atlantic slave trade. Let's just start.
And this is Dr. Dana Mauchi. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. She well respected. And what she said right there is a very powerful statement. Powerful. So just pay attention to stuff like that in this debate.
I seen her on Zion.
Go ahead, Apostle.
I seen her on Zion Lex. Maybe a year ago she was on, or sometime early in the year. Maybe around February. I know it's been a while ago. She was interviewed on Zion Lex, I think twice. Okay. And I have to call in and speak with her. So, I mean, she's telling the truth. She's, like a lot of people of that time, they use the word Jewish as Jews because they really don't understand. They don't know how to put that in proper perspective. So they use the word Jewish because that's a popular term, or they use the word Jew because they don't know where that word came from the beginning.
Well, hold up, bro. We already Jew. The etymology of Jew is Yahuta. So
Right.
when Chris come on here and say, "Well, I just want to see Israelites," where's the Israelites? I know there's Jews in Africa.
Right. Right.
So you already killed yourself because
Right.
the etymology is Yehuda. That's one of the tribes of Israel. You dead, bro.
Right.
So let's keep it going.
That's where the word comes from. Go ahead.
Right.
Start there because
now I'm going to end the video there. Here we have right here from as a source, Dr. Dana Reynolds Marnici, with her work, extensive work, professor at the University of Chicago, prestigious university, world-renowned professor, clearly stating peer-reviewed work that the Israelites from the west coast of Africa, right, came over on the slave ships. That's one source, right, that we have right here on our very own Sinetta TV. Shout out to Sinetta TV for this source, right? Now let's go into the source here, right? I'm not going to beat you with the DNA. We're going to deal with it here, right? Several sources. This is from Historia de Loango, the Congo, the Etoharias, Romas, the Africa, Parham Lever, published 1776.
That's two sources.
Us, Congolese, and Bantu people were the actual descendants of the ancient Israelites. Now, let's talk about those coming over here on the slave ships. Chris has to answer these specific questions, these sources. He has to challenge them. He has to show where they've been broken down and dismissed. Dr. Alan Howard Godby, the source, Black Jews, the religious challenge of politics.
That's three sources.
Religion, Cambridge University in 1987, page 235 to 236. The study of customs and rights and the analysis of the semantics of these African tribes have led many of their observers to propose some hypotheses and even draw some conclusions. That's the operative word, conclusions. Dr. Alan H. Godby reached the following conclusion, hypothesis, conclusion. These factors have a very specific significance if we consider the presence of Judaism among the American Negro. Hundreds of thousands of slaves were transported to America. How were they transported, Chris? On slave ships, not by bus, not by train, not by plane, but on ships, right? To America from West Africa during the trade, which started some 400 years ago. What traces of Judaism still remain among the Negroes of West Africa at that period? To the extent that they were persecuted, they more than likely than other Negroes to be seized during wars and sold as slaves. Next slide. It is virtually certain that many part Jewish Negroes were among those sent as slaves to America. This is his conclusion, not his hypothesis. How many of them would have been able to conserve some Jewish customs is another question. This conclusion put forward by Godby, which argues for the existence of a more or less recurrent Judaism in West Africa, in the same places as those from which the Negroes were taken, is shared by others such as Maurice Delafuse, right? But most significantly, it has been adopted by a class of educated of Africans bought in slavery to the American continent. Next slide, right? This is Alan H. Godby from the Lost Tribes of Myth. Dr. Alan H. Godby postulates the same thing. If you want to go into
another source, y'all.
By him, here it is right here. Get the direct quote. Dr. Alan H. Godby postulates the position that Black Jews were on the West African coast from Senegal to Angola, and the Jews, were driven to this area from the Central Sudan by Muslim propagandists, having a knowledge of the Black Jews in the United States. Dr. Godby arrived at this conclusion. Again, these facts have peculiar significance that the presence of Judaism among American Negroes is to be considered. Hundreds of thousands of slaves were brought to the Americas. Let's continue. Here's another source: Black Jews and Religious Challenge or Politics versus Religion. Ulysses.
That's 5.
You guys see the source here. Let's read it. It is well known that 1,500 years before Islam, Judaism was present in Africa. Travelers' tales and stories of journeys across Africa, the Sahara, the Sudan provide considerable evidence of the existence of Jewish communities on the African continent. We know that from the time of St. Jerome, a chain of Jewish commercial towns stretched almost uninterrupted from Mauritania to India. St. Augustine learned Hebrew and Tasm, where there was a Judo-Syrian colony that came from Caesarea. These groups was by far as a core in the Southern Sahara, and according to the Chronicles of Sudan, the dynasty of the kings of Ghana in West Africa originated in this group. Jewish contacts and influence with Black America were also noted by Arab geographers Ibn Kharib and El-Bukhari, who stated that the routes of transatlantic slave trading with Jews, caravans, and interruptions were culminated in Ghana. Here, in southern Nigeria, the natives called Black Jews the strange people, or the Imo Yokwam. This is the source I gave Chris to try to beat up tonight. Let's see what he does with it. They are called the B'nai Ephraim, the sons of Ephraim. They claim that their ancestors came from Morocco and is supported by Godby.
1 minute.
Noted that their language is a mixture of Maghrebian, Arab, and ancient Hebrew, right? Let's continue. Let's go down here. The study of customs and rights, analysis of semantics here. These factors have a very significant influence. We consider the presence of Judaism among the American Negroes, right? Let's continue down here a little bit. Let's go further. Carl P.
Number 8.
Same source, founder of German East Africa.
Right.
He states that even the Jews came up with the same kind of comment as in the case of Sidney Millicent, the mining magnate who wrote Essay Judea, Semantic Legends and Customs Among South African Natives, which was published in the Journal of the African Society. He noted that often in the mines he had seen in the great sea of Black faces, men of such unmistakable Jewish caste features that I have almost felt inclined to greet them as strangers. So what do we know, family? We know that they had kingdoms on the west coast of Africa, right? We also have a source that talks about here. This source here, a mission to Gala, King Dahomey. They're like the 115 towns of the
9 piece to in 1 round.
So we do know that on the west coast of Africa, they had a kingdom filled with 115 Israelite towns, Jewish Judean towns. We know that from several different sources you've seen this evening already, right off the bat, this debate is really over, that the Israelites come from the west coast of Africa over to the Americas.
All right. Thank you, my brother.
All right, pause right there. Pause for the
10 minutes will start when you start.
I want everybody to meditate on what pause for the yes, Queen. Now, everybody was counting. He came up with 9 sources that Chris has to deal with. Either just one.
Right.
Just one, Chris.
Right.
Let's see if he do it. Anybody else want to say anything before we keep going?
Yeah, Sonetta didn't show no bombs.
Yeah, and Chris was a big boy in this game. He didn't come with that BS, that spreading. Oh, he's layering the facts and layering and layering and layering.
Right.
He took that spanking and he did this debate because he knew we was watching. We was watching for that bull crap.
Right. Right. And I mean, I'm just saying that right when Yarah said this debate is over, this debate was over. He proved it and established it based on sources. He didn't give one scripture. Notice that. That's what they keep complaining about. Oh, y'all, your only sources is scripture. Yarah didn't give one scripture. He gave doctor after doctor after doctor after doctor.
Dr. Peppered them.
And he ain't going, you know what he going to say? You know what he going to go ahead and learn to say?
Let's see what he say.
About white Jews. When the hell white Jews going to be converting Africans into Judaism? What the hell is that? When did that happen?
He said the Spanish and the Portuguese was the ones that did it.
Right, but what they did was converted Black Jews to Christianity. And we know
Right. I mean, we've been telling them this. We've been telling them this. I don't know why he made a fool of himself.
Right.
Let's continue to Corey.
And,
Anybody
and,
else
and
want
before you, yeah, before you go forward, check this out. And what Chris had to do was to pay attention to the facts, the falsehoods, the looseness, everything. He had to pay attention to the information. You can't debunk something you're not paying attention to. And Chris liked to play games where he wanted to debunk your source. It becomes hard to debunk the source when you come in with this hard information like that. You on the clock. So do I got time to debunk the source? Or do I go head on and try to debunk this information? He came and layered it thick on him in that first round.
hey, he wanted proof. That's what he did. He don't have to just stick with one source. He gonna give it to with different doctors and different people saying this is what's going on. So, Chris, you put yourself in this position. Let's go. So, Corey, you got anything to say? If not, let's go.
Corey, you got anything to say? If not, let's go.
Nah, I just want to continue looking at this ass whooping.
Right.
Jay,
The beat down.
you more than welcome to come on the platform and explain how he, provided source.
Who are you talking about, Kareem? Somebody in the audience rooting for Chris? Well, let's see. Let's see Chris first round, everybody. Yeah. All right.
I just hope he don't have that same
Okay,
book
so
looking
my
presentation.
That's right, Troy. You ain't seen this yet.
Okay, I'll drop the link for you, Jay.
Yeah, some of this
question real quick is: do we
all right,
go
let's
into
go.
the rebuttal or we go straight?
Yeah, that's right. You got 2 minutes to rebuttal first. You got 2 minutes for your rebuttal, and then you could go into your round.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want the audience to let everybody hear what he just did. He's showing you Judaism. He's not showing you Israelites on the west coast of Africa. He's showing you Judaism. See, this becomes a very semantical argument, which I knew he was going to try to make by showing all these different authors speaking about Judaism and Jews. I'm not saying Jews were not on the west coast of Africa. We know Jews were on the west coast of Africa because they were converts into the religion of Judaism as early as the 14th century CE, all the way to 1615 when the Portuguese set up trade routes along the west coast of Africa. I'm going to be dealing with this since he brought it up. The kingdom of Judah on the west coast of Africa, and I'm going to be showing you guys what that was really about. So what we heard here was he didn't show you Israelites on the west coast of Africa. He's showing you Judaic
Small
practices
Babylon.
on the west coast of Africa. And I hope that he would not do this. He also mentioned slavevoyages.org, in which I will be going to and debunking those names today on there. Yarah, I'm really a big fan of Cardi frames. You know that. I'm from Detroit. You buffed up tonight, but you finna get beat up for the rest of this debate, my beloved brother. All right, so is my 2 minutes up, Sarnetta?
No, sir. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
good. So one more time, Yarah, I think you're misunderstanding something here. I want to do a quick screen share here, and you're already failing to do this. And this is part of a scientific method called anthropology here. Now, in an introduction to anthropology, this is at the University of Toronto here, it says anthropologists use scientific and subjective interpreted methods in their research. That's what you are giving to us, interpreted methods in your research. As scientists, anthropologists systemically
All right, you can go continue into your round.
Yeah.
That was a rebuttal. That was garbage.
Yeah. Jay, what you got to say?
All right, come on. Hey, welcome to the Lions Den, Jay. Go ahead, brother. Speak your piece.
Yeah, so what I was saying was I was really trying to key in on what the actual title of the debate was. So if they're trying to prove that Israelites were transported to the Americas, that first round by Yarah didn't prove that yet. What he did provide is that the Israelites were present in West Africa. So
that's the
what I'm
part of
looking
it.
for, what I'm
I'm
looking for
sorry.
in the next round.
Hold up, Apostle.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm looking for in the next round, I don't know which way it's going to go because I didn't see the debate. I'm looking for Yarah to then show us that these people that he has provided sources saying that they were in West Africa, these people were then moved from West Africa across those waters. That's what the debate is about. Not just if they were there, but that they were transported to the Americas.
True.
Okay, but didn't you hear all those doctors say that they were slaves? They came over here to the Americas.
Oh, those
You must have seen the first
You didn't
round.
see those sources?
Hey,
Did he?
That's
What?
that
Wait
they
a
were
minute.
on the ships
What
and they were
part of the sources did he not understand? Everybody, am I missing something?
Not that the sources didn't just say that they were on the west coast of Africa. They said they're part of the transatlantic slave trade. Most of those 9 sources
That part.
said that.
And
You
they
might
was
have to go
distinguished.
back.
They said
You might
Israelites. They
have
said
to go
Hebrew
back.
Israelites.
okay,
You might have
I'm
to go
lost.
back and watch it.
I'm
But
lost
they
here.
did
Okay,
establish that.
I got up and went to the bathroom, came back, and Chris Brown was over with that fast. What did he
Not yet.
say?
It ain't over with. But
It's not over. Nah, he's gonna have a problem, but it's not over.
What
But
did
he
he
started out.
say?
He
All I heard him
started
say
out
something
saying
about
that
anthropology.
yeah, Jay, go watch the video a little bit, rewind a little bit, and then come back on here.
there were 9 that Elder Yarah presented. Now, all of them did not point about the transatlantic, but I know about 3 or 4 of them did.
No, let me say something real quick. He brought on Dr. Dana Reynolds Mauchi.
That was the
He brought
first
on somebody. He brought on about 4. No, he brought 9 sources, brother, and all of them were saying Hebrew or Israelites was part of this transatlantic slave trade. What more do he need to do for you, Mr. J?
She was the first.
I mean, y'all got to stop
All
this and
right.
close your ears
So
when a source hits you, and then when it's just
no. I ain't got no reason to be biased. I'm listening,
oh,
man.
okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm talking
So
to the.
But
JJ.
I'm just
All right.
saying you missed that because
Yeah,
she
Yeah, well,
established it in her last sentence, and she was saying people might not want to accept it, but these are the Negroes, so-called African Americans that came from Africa. They are
this
Hebrews.
needs to be expounded on. So I'm looking for Elder Yarah in this next round to dive into these sources that he provided,
Okay,
because
but
that was
yeah,
just an
but you
overview.
got to understand that his point is to show the sources, and
Right.
then you do the research. It's to
He
go
got
back
it
and
based
look
on
at.
breakdown.
He wants you.
Jay, you ready to debate him on this topic? You ready to debate Yarah on this topic?
Maybe
Why am
that's not
I
his.
gonna be? I'm listening. I'm an audience. Like, you know
Okay,
what I mean?
good. Okay, go back and listen a little bit, and then and go look for what you're looking for. But
my fault.
And then come.
Can I talk to Jay, y'all?
I didn't abide by the way y'all wanted me to go about things.
No.
My fault. I
Jay.
didn't follow the script. My bad.
No, it's not like
You know
that,
what I'm
bro. Let me
saying?
speak to you.
All right, yo,
Let
I ain't
me ask you
finna.
this. Hold on. No, brother, it's okay. So, what are you looking for Chris to do in this round?
So, if I was Chris, because it's his intro, I would like for him to offer his sources as well, but at least punch back at Yarah's sources. That's what I'm looking for. If you're trying to convince me,
Yeah.
he gotta debunk his sources and say, you know what, this isn't legitimate. Because if you're laying your cards out there and it's saying what you're saying it says, and it approves your point, if someone don't counterpunch, then it's like you dodging now. So that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, but when you made
Come on,
a
y'all,
comment,
let's get back to it. Leave him alone.
okay,
We see.
I'm not. Hold on, I just want to say,
Go ahead.
because the reason why I brought him on here is because he made a statement saying Chris did provide sources. So I'm thinking that he already watched.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
You let us know where he provided sources, and let us know when he did what you were looking for. All
Bet.
right, let's get it. Please and thank you, Sister Kareem.
Chris provided sources, but he didn't. They lacked in they lacked in quantity.
Quality.
You know what I'm saying? And one of the definitions of conjecture is when your evidence lack quality and or quantity. And Chris' evidence always lacks one of the other.
This is my
This case
third time.
he lacked in this case he lacked quantity.
This is my third time watching this debate. I've already watched it the original night, watched it again the next day. This is the third time I'm watching it.
How do you watch it the next day? And it was down the same night. So, Elder Apostle. You
I
might be.
got it saved in my category, in my catalog.
Oh, I don't know how you did that. We was looking for
I
it.
saved it, y'all. No, I saved it.
So you
When
got
it
the
was
whole
first
thing.
on.
You got the after part too, where everybody came on.
No.
Ah,
I'm saying this particular thing. I
okay.
watched it before we say I watched it. This is my
Oh,
third time watching this debate. That's what I'm saying.
And what
Peace out
did
to
your conclusion
HOK
change,
and
or it's still
Yarah.
the same?
It's still he got the shit slapped out of him, and he know it. What I didn't know was about the $200 he paid Sonetta to take the shit down. But I know why he did that.
Well, I don't know
Oh
what kind of
snap!
deal they worked out after this because it's back up. But the other part out.
Yeah. Well, it was
So there's
nothing.
not something to me. I was just fucking with you, JJ. You see what I'm talking about? But it came out of your mouth, so I'm just going with what you told me.
Hey,
So
Sonetta gonna miss a lot. He gonna miss thousands and thousands of views playing with that damn video. That video is probably good for about 10,
I
15,000.
mean, Chris Harris does not need to debate nobody.
that's right. You need to pass out debate flyers.
Right.
That's his
Just
new
don't
job, y'all.
debate nobody.
Hey, he need to mop up the floor
Do
after I make them after I mop my man up.
do what I did. Realize that I'm not a debater and I'm better suited for having discussions.
That's right. Discussion champ.
Admit to it. That's what he needs to do. He's not a debater. Quit that shit.
Yeah. Hey, what's it
I
say on the
think
screen, y'all?
I think
We'll see
I
what Jay
think I
said
think
at the cherry go. Go ahead.
I think
JJ,
Jay,
that's old. That's why
I'm gonna
she
be
brought
honest
me in.
with you. I think Chris is a debater, honestly. And
He
I think
should.
he's actually a pretty good and tactical debater. But the problem is, man, those tactics can't stand up to information. And I've always told people that. You know what I'm saying? If you get the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. All you have to do is let it loose and it will defend itself. If I let the truth loose like a lion and it defends itself and it fails, it's some bullshit in the game.
Yeah. Jay, you my man. Stay in and continue. Because you said you never
Yeah.
watched it, right?
No, I didn't watch it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't. This is
okay,
my
watch
first
it,
time
man.
seeing it.
And don't listen to us. Don't let none of us sway you. Get your own understanding. But I do think you need to go back over and listen to those. Start with Dana and hear what she had to say, especially that last sentence which she shared, and then go into, because it's about, of those 9 sources, about 3 or 4 of them talked about coming over across America, being part of the transatlantic.
But hey, okay,
He
so
talked about the
I want
bombastic.
him to stay for Chris first round so he can point out what he thought Chris did.
Yeah.
So let's get that back
But
going, y'all. Let's
Hey,
go.
before we get into that, I want y'all to notice something that just took place right here. Now, remember when I told y'all that Chris was confused and he didn't know how to attack the fight? Look at this. This boy just blew his whole what's his whole introduction. He just blew it. Just that fast, just that quick. You know what I'm saying? He blew it. He didn't know how to attack it. He came at it with this crap, and now he has to enter into round number 2 because he didn't know how to attack
No,
the
this is
brother's
just round number
information.
1, Josh.
I mean,
This is it.
round number 1. That's what I meant to
Yeah.
say.
Okay,
From
cool.
contestant number 2.
Yeah, this is round. This is
He punch
his
drunk right
first
now.
go.
This is
Watch this.
round
He
number
punch
one,
drunk.
y'all. He just did a rebuttal to Yarah's first round. Then when Yarah come back on, he's gonna do a rebuttal to Chris's 2 minute rebuttal to Chris round, and he's gonna get into his second round.
Right.
But in his rebuttal, he didn't even say nothing. He
He didn't
just
say nothing. He
identified
didn't
what
say
he
shit.
did. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he just wasted it. That's called punch drunk.
He tried that Jewish bullshit. That's what he tried to do. Tried to say, well, see,
Yeah.
they were Jewish converts. They were Jewish. No.
See, he wasn't supposed to go to this here
Right.
in an attempt to rebuttal what Yarah said. You supposed to
Yeah, that was
rebuttal a man
horrible.
right off. Yeah, you supposed to rebuttal a man right off the top of the dome.
Do away with his
That's if you know the information.
do away with his evidence. You got to get rid of his evidence and then state yours on top of his. But if you don't get rid of his,
Everybody know that.
Right. That silence is acquiescence.
You gotta go at those sources. Because they
Silence.
said they said.
Silence is acquiescence. If somebody say something and you don't rebuttal it, you lose that.
All right, let's get it in. This
It's
is Chris
it's
Harris's
called a
first.
forced agreement.
What's it called, family? Forced agreement, right? Silence is acquiescent. All right, so let's get into Chris Harris. That was his rebuttal, y'all. We haven't heard Yarah's rebuttal yet, remember? Because this is Chris's first round.
Right.
Let's go.
Okay, thank you. They also document their work so researchers can duplicate it. But many of the anthropologists also conduct informal kinds of research, including impromptu discussions with and observations of peoples they study. Watch this. Some of the more common types of anthropological research methods include: 1, immersion in a culture, analysis of how a people interact with their environment, linguistic analysis, archaeological analysis, and the analysis on human biology. So what I'm stating here by showing this is you could win this easy by showing me linguistically what language did the people on the west coast of Africa speak. Did they speak a Semitic language? Where were their Torahs? Where were their what were their mythological traditions? What were their cosmological traditions? You should be able to yield all of that in your research. Were any of those people that you presented peer reviewed? You showed a young woman on here on Sonetta's channel, and she clearly sat up there and said that you guys are just looking for some type of identity. And she admitted Jews probably were on that boat. Yes, we know Jews were on the boat. They were converts to the Judaic faith because of the Portuguese that were in West Africa. She did not say that they were Israelites, and you guys are getting this word Jew and Israelite confused. Let me show you something real quick, Yarah. Can you stop my time real quick so I can pull up my screen share here? Because we're
time start is 8:39. Will you stop that?
Okay, thank you. Let me just pull this up real quick because I wasn't able to get it up real fast.
Karima, stop right quick.
To maybe a 10.
Real quick. You see?
Yeah, I wanted to because, hold on, because he said, she said that they want to either. No, they think, she said that they think that.
They think
about the Hebrews.
That. Right.
That's what she said. That. He twisted that.
But it shows that it is legitimate and true. The fact is, he want to conflate, like I told you, this Jewish thing, this Jew thing. Like, yeah, okay, these black guys, they converted to Judaism because the Portuguese were converting to Christianity with the Catholic Church. It was called the Inquisition. Laid on the slave. How you say that, JJ?
Spanish Inquisition and the auto de fe is where they burned us to the stake if we didn't convert.
It came from Spain and went over to Portugal and got to Portugal, and that's how the
West Africa. That's how they
Karima said. Like Karima said, he got it twisted.
Right. And it's got nothing to do with Judaism.
See, but what he did, I'm gonna tell you what he did. What he did was went out and found scholars that agreed with him. You know what I'm saying? But see, how you know conjecture is that yeah, you can come out with scholars that says this and says this and says this, but your evidence has to be sufficient. It has to be. It can't lack quality. Which he his the guys who he went and got were good professors. You know what I'm saying? But they Tudor or Parfait will also it with that he throw him out. I don't even think he used them. And but at
No,
the end of the
they're
day,
against Tudor Parfait over there on Dagger Squad now.
yeah, so he didn't use him. He mentioned him. He didn't use him. The reality is that the evidence when you look into the
Oh
situation,
wow, he
there
did.
is
Okay.
more scholars that said that both Chris and the guys who he talking about got the whole game backwards. Now, just because you come up with one source or two sources that says this happened to one or two people, you can't say that that happened for the masses because the records don't suggest that.
So you saying that Yarah is more on point than Chris?
Yahweh is 100% on point.
Okay.
Because
Hold
believe
up.
it or
So
not,
Anybody else?
hold
Yahweh is
up,
giving
hold
Jay?
him
up,
the
hold
same.
up.
Yahweh is giving him the same arguments that I gave him when I first met him about this situation on Sinetta. Go back and look at the records.
Yeah, everybody been busting his head. Even Henry busted his head on this argument. He got so mad he called Sister Ivy on Information Aid a big lip B.
Yeah, I heard that.
The only difference was he trying to say that what there was no the Jews, the Portuguese came in and converted these people to Judaism in 1492. And I
Which is a
told him,
lie.
man, we got gravestones and grave sites, Jewish grave sites in Morocco and North Africa and Algeria, man, that
Everybody
go
know
back
that's a
to like
lie.
the second century BC. It's called the ruins of Alevius.
Right.
Jeez,
That's what
family.
it's called. Letter A. They had to wear
See,
the A.
Yasha, our information champion over
Right.
here.
They
We
had to
talking
wear that.
about BC,
Minister,
bro.
Minister
Right.
Information.
We talk
Right.
about like 200 BC. Chris Harris,
Right.
you silly man. This is why he ran for me and kept
Him
trying to
and
run for my
Kamisi.
brothers. This man keep running for
Not
me and
Kamisi
ran
silly.
to my
I'm talking
brothers.
about Minister
He
Information. Go
ran
ahead,
to my
Yasha.
brothers and trying to run for me, thinking he gonna get a safer debate. He got his AK.
Yeah, he ran the vocab alone, and vocab alone roasted him. He was telling him like, what you mean that you can't use the Bible for liberation, liberation to liberate our people? And he named all these people that were using the Bible to help them to fight for equal rights and their liberation. Even some people I never heard of, and I don't
Hey,
know
look,
what Chris Angle was. I'm like, bro, how
when I
you
called
fighting
into
this?
look, when I called into the show and told him that we got it's called the ruins of Alebolus, and we got ancient grave epithets going way back to the second century BC in Africa, North Africa, Jewish gravestones. He didn't even know what the hell that was. He didn't know nothing about the ruins of Alebolus, and he didn't even know what the hell the epithet was.
See, so everybody in the audience and ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ruins of Elebulus. Look it up.
The
So you
ruins
just
of
don't take
Alebolus,
yeah.
Volebulus,
Elebulus. Just say it in your in
Va,
your in your
yep.
microphone and it'll spell it out for you. Elebulus. Ruins of Elebulus. Yeah. Don't take our word for it. Go look it up.
Right.
Everybody know this. And even Elder Yara said, they had what did he say, 113 cities?
Yeah, I think so.
And they had a bunch of whales too as well. It might have been 113 whales, I think. Yeah, each of them had a whale. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's so much evidence out there. And then, like you say, the Muslims came, the Arabs came and converted everybody to Islam, right? So even the people who had their own little thing that wasn't Israelite lost their culture. They wasn't coming off the ship saying that neither, because guess what? When you on that ship, when you get off, even when you're on that ship, they're gonna separate you from your own on your own people.
Right.
You know?
And you sure wasn't practicing no Islam, not in this country as a slave. We see what they did with Kunda. Shit, you better stop talking that shit.
Right, that part.
Do you know
Yeah.
how to? And I also
That
went on
part.
Sarnetta and told him, do you know how the Jews got into Spain and Portugal to begin with? They got there in around 722 BC when the Assyrians sacked Israel and Egypt. And I told Sarnetta this
Right.
when it forced King Taharka and King Hezekiah to make a
Teach.
pact against the Syrians. And
Right.
what ended up happening was a King Taharka ended up funneling the children of Israel into the interiors of Africa, all the way over up until Spain, and
Mm,
that's how they
mm.
end up. That's how they end up in Spain. King Taharka and King Taharka and King Hezekiah is responsible for the children of Israel getting into Spain after the fall of Assyria in 722 BC, and that's when the Israelites first made their way into the interior of Africa.
Well, the same thing about
Hey, yes, I
Jonah.
got another source to say a little something different though.
But Jonah had
Nebuchadnezzar was working with the people running Spain and Portugal.
All of that's the same
Yeah, all
stuff.
they worked.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
First,
yeah.
right.
And
yeah,
then
first,
he listen. Then
Assyria
he
attacked
asked.
them,
Hold on, let
then
me just finish it
Babylon.
up. But yeah, let me say it again. Okay, but
All
I'm
of that's
saying
the same stuff. All of that's the same stuff because Assyria sacked them first, and then they never
But okay,
recovered. Their
yeah, you're right.
Babylon sacked Assyria and ended up
Right, because
taking her
yeah,
slaves, almost
Nebuchadnezzar
like how America
requested.
did
Let me
Britain.
just get this out, please, y'all.
Syria
Let me
got
please
Babylon.
hold up. Let me get my little thought out, please. Nebuchadnezzar, uh, uh, what he did, whoever was running Spain and Portugal, I don't know which was King Alfonso is one of them over there.
Yeah,
Asked him asked him to send over
right.
some slaves, for helping them in the battle for sacking the damn temple. You understand? That's how I got over there like that too, Yash. So yeah, it's two ways.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe.
Alfonso,
they
that was
came
way
in first.
that was way later though.
Right,
That was
yeah.
way
Okay, well I don't
later,
know. Maybe
JJ.
it was King.
Alfonso
Well,
came.
maybe it was Jonathan, King Jockton or some. It was one of them. I got it in my
All of
notes
that was
upstairs.
way later.
No, but you're right, JJ.
Yeah.
They did it as late
Yeah, you
as
right, but that's way later.
yeah,
Okay.
because they
Cool.
That's
did it right
way
before the
later.
kingdom when they were ordered out of Rome.
It's way
When they
before
ordered
14. Okay,
they left
it's
Rome.
around like you said, around when the decree came out for them to
Right,
take everybody, whoever's practicing the law, statutes, commandments. Hey, we gonna burn your ass to the stake.
right. I
You
We
mean,
gonna
you
take your
talking about the dumb
children.
divorces,
We're gonna rob you.
or you
Even
talking
when we
about the
trying to tell you,
decree
you
that
go
came
listen. Even when you
after
gonna
that?
say, well, okay, even the ones that agree to say, okay, we want to get up out of here, and then
what
they put
was
them on these
Spain?
crooked. When they put them on the ships to get up out of here, the people that's running the ship robbing them of their goods and dropping them off naked in the motherfucking ports, the African
What
ships.
was Spain called before it was called Spain?
Yeah, but the children of
Espanol,
Israel was
Huh?
already in
No,
Africa.
Tarshish.
The children of
In
Israel
the
was already in
Bible,
Spain for a
Iberia.
long
Was it
time by
Iberia?
that time.
no,
Yeah,
Tarshish.
they was in Iberia
Oh
back
yeah,
in the
you're right. You're
BC
right.
Tarshish.
days. They they
That's
they was
one of
Iberia
Gomer's
all the
sons.
way up until the Muslims came and
Tarshish is
changed
one
it
of
to El Andalus.
Tarshish
Okay.
is one of Gomer's sons.
Okay, let
Okay.
me say this. I think it's Reggie in the chat. I don't know. I don't think it's Shawnee, but I think it's Reggie. Get on the panel. Get up here.
No,
Jay
Reggie ain't
wanted
up here.
to. Jay
They
wanted to
was
say
by that
something. He
time.
been trying. Hold on. Jay been trying to open his mic for the longest. What you got to say, Jay?
Oh no, actually, some of the stuff I was gonna bring up, these brothers already brought it out. So I was gonna let Chris finish his round before I even continue.
Yeah, let's have to finish this round. Come on, y'all. Everybody's just let's
They
go.
have been
We've been talking.
they have been in Spain damn near 2,000 years damn near already. By that time, y'all talking about.
Okay, we get it, but we
About
still
2,000 years.
we'll come back to that later. You got that one? I mean, that one. No, I mean, it's still Chris ain't the he got problems all the way around, both ways. So let's get it.
10-minute start, but sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna pull this up here. Now, this is a presentation. Let me get ready to pull this up.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll start the time.
All right. Thank you, HOK audience. Present. No huddle offense. Bill Walsh, greatest coach of all time. You know it. I'll debate it. I'll debate it with anybody. All right. So we're going to be dealing with one of the conclusions that I started right now. Sorry, not excuse me. We're going to be dealing with one of the conclusions that one of the inferences that these gentlemen like to draw from. And this is the kingdom of Judah from a map written by Emmanuel Bowen. When I was an Israelite, this is where I used to go to try to prove that Jews were in Africa. And this is what he means when he's talking about the Yoruba people who are not Jews. The argument with the Yoruba people are simply, when did they convert? No one knows when they converted, right? But let's continue on. So I want to start this off. Now, the claim by the Hebrew Israelites as they championed the above image is Judah, which was renamed by Ouida by European settlers. But is this correct? The short answer is a resounding no. This claim is based on the ignorance what is now known as loan words in language. Our more astute readers may notice how the name Judah, which is not how the word Judah that the children of Israel formerly had as their kingdom, is normally spelled. It was called by the name Ouida on the map. The people of this kingdom in modern day Benin actually called their land Zwida. The multiple pronunciations of Hueda, Ouida, 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 and yes, Judah is an angelicized version of the form of the actual name of the kingdom. Now, I hope you guys understand what I mean to angelicize, because I want to speed this up. When you have languages have a habit of transforming foreign names into something equivalent in their system of speech. And actually, it wasn't even called Zwida. That's what the Yoruba called it, right? It was actually called Gui Hu. That is the correct term of the west coast of Africa where this settlement was at, all right? And you did not show us Judah, Levi, Benjamin, Ephraim. You didn't show us any of that, but let's stay on point here. So when you're using loan words, a Spanish word such as Juan becomes John, Marcus Antonius becomes Mark Anthony, and so on. Now, I want to deal with this right here. The kingdom of Ouida on the west coast of Africa, boundaries of the modern day Benin, it was conquered by the Islam.
Damn, Chris Harris going in. Chris Harris is fucking shit up over here.
We're gonna do his analysis after his round starts.
You ain't even let him get it in yet. Come on now.
You know he got a cheerlead for this guy. Let's keep it going. You want to say something real quick, Shaq? Go ahead.
No, I'm just looking. I'm looking at y'all, you know.
He
got all these crybaby Israelites up in here crying.
You
know,
we're gonna see who's crying at the end of the debate. Let's get it, y'all.
Oh, okay. He said something about. Oh shit.
Slave trading post.
Come on, y'all. Let's get through this first round.
Okay,
go ahead,
I want y'all to notice what he just did real fast. What he just did. This was that classic straw man that we was talking about, Jay. Remember? Remember when he just used the straw man where he got to talking about the wire die and all of that.
Yeah.
And you notice when the brother never said nothing about wire die. He created this whole fictitious argument in his head that had nothing to do with what the brother did. So now this was that classic straw man that you was talking about, that you was trying to get me to see that I missed yesterday. Remember?
For sure. Yep.
Yeah.
This is that straw man. This is a bad point against him.
That whole white fake out. Everybody know that the Bowen map is a true map. It was done by the order of the king. Ain't nobody gonna jeopardize their life and fake out the king and bring him no bullshit. So stop that. That damn map was made up in 1747, ordered by the king of Spain or England. You know, goddamn well they did it right. So don't sit there and lie like that, man.
All right, let's go, y'all.
Go ahead, man.
In 1700, it had a coastline around 10 miles. Let's move down. Ouida, also called Ouida or Judah or Judea by the French. And
you know you're not sharing your screen, right?
I'm not sharing it?
No, sir.
No,
I
sir.
thought I had that share open.
Yeah, but then it went off. You can go back. I'll bring the clock back a couple.
Oh man, come on, man.
That's why I'm looking in your eyes and I see the reflection. So I know you're reading something.
Man, this is getting bad. Come on, man, Chris, you better than this. Can everybody
I'll
see
bring
this?
it back. I'll bring it back some. Where did I left you off at again? I said it was what?
You said it was like 8 minutes. Is that okay, Yarah? Is it okay?
Okay, yes. I'm gonna bring it back to the 8 minutes, brother, so you can get your time. We don't want to cheat nobody here. And you got 8 minutes, Chris. Remember when you said stop, hold the time, Saul? That's when you went off. I thought you was getting something else.
No. I thought everybody see it. I'm just talking because I want to deal with this Judah thing, this misconception that there were Israelites.
Okay, you got 8 minutes. Your time is starting.
Okay, so it was actually called the nation of Guihu, and I will get that source before this debate is over. All right. Now the name Wida is once again an angelicized form of the word Zwida from the Yoruba language in Benin, and they spoke what you would call a Twi language, not a Semitic language. It is actually a Niger-Congo language of the Niger-Congo language family. Now, when the Portuguese first settled on the coast of West Africa, there go those Portuguese, they spelled the name Ajuda. Today, the port of Ouida in the far west former Papal Kingdom, where most of the European slave traders lived and worked, bears the kingdom's name. All right, let's keep going. That's a dagger. So I want to deal with the religious rites of Judah or Ouida or whatever it is that you're trying to revision and call it. Now, the chief center of serpent worship was in Dahomey, which you mentioned. But the cult of the python seems to have been of exotic origin dating back to the first quarter of the 17th century. By the conquest of Ouida by the Dahomeans, which you mentioned all of a sudden that they were Jews, Dahomean people have no stories about that. You got to show it, not me. You have to prove it. You have to prove it. You're the pro in the debate. It says the Dahomeans were brought in contact with a people of serpent worshippers and ended by adopting from them beliefs which they first despised. At Ouida, the chief center, there is a serpent temple tenanted by some 50 snakes. So they're worshiping a snake deity. And at Ouida, let me continue on. Every python of the Dangambi kind was be treated with respect, and death is the penalty for killing one, even by accident. Dangambi has numerous wives who, until 1857, took part in public procession with the profane crowd was excluded. A python was carried around the town in a hammock, perhaps as a ceremony for the expulsion of evils. The rainbow god of the Ashanti, or Asante, because it's not called Ashanti, y'all like to play with that too, was also conceived to have the form of a snake. So here it is, they're worshiping the snake. Now, I want to read this real quick because you guys like to say that this is the kingdom of Judah. And as a matter of fact, you aren't saying anything. What you are doing is throwing so many sources at me that you know I can't answer all of them. So I'm going to have to have a more centralized argument. And this is what I'm trying to tell the people. I think I can.
This is all over the place.
Thank you. Thank you for stopping that right there. Let me say this right quick before y'all get started. Number one, when Israel went off, we often worship other people's gods. Yahweh is one of these gods. Happened to be that Yahweh is a serpent god. So why you think these people are worshiping this serpent as the same when Moses raised up a serpent? People conflate that to worshiping a serpent when actuality, what Moses was doing was pointing to something that Christ would do later, much later. That's what John talks about in John 3:14 through John 3:17. If Christ be lifted up as Moses lifted up the serpent, what I'm trying to show you are quite often Israel often worship false deities other than the Most High. We worship Baal. We worship
Salakia, Apostle Salakia, if I can say real quick.
Introduce yourself, family Babylon done. The Babylon.
Yeah,
No,
what's up,
no, Shalom. What
JJ
up? I just saw you.
7000?
Whoever's speaking, introduce yourself. Then Babylon down. You go next. Go ahead.
Hey, Shalom, fam. Sometimes you got to take the gloves off with these Kemetic bums. So this Joshua, the Kemetic slayer, and
All right, peace.
Joshua makes the whole little. It ruins their day even if you mention Joshua. But I just wanted to come on and say, old writers called the kingdom of Judah the kingdom of Judah.
Yes.
So number one, Chris Harris is somebody who suffers from post-traumatic syndrome because he had a bad experience with the Israelites. So there's a conflict of interest with his opinion, period, concerning us. He's a little butthurt, mad buster that's mad that we kicked him to the curb and he don't want to be an Israelite no more. So there's a conflict of interest with his whole opinion and presentation. And Sarnetta is our biggest groupie. He puts on his red dress and his finest red lipstick to follow us at every concert that we throw. He always at our funerals, and he mad because we was trending real life in the earth, and Kemet has never trended like the Israelites have in the earth. There's never been a controversy of Kemet. Africans don't even ask about the laws of Ma'at. And when I talked to a brother from Libya, he said it's real deal Ephraimites in Africa, not just Jews, but he said it was Ephraimite Israelites in Africa coming from an African off the continent. It sounds like they're just a bunch of jealous butthurt bitches because nobody is asking about the laws of Ma'at. You niggas are cowards, straight up. And you
Damn, Joshua the Kemetic slayer is coming in with his sword. Son, you need to get some. You get on here, some of your team, man. God
and
damn.
tell the booty juice and fly squad, aka the Amon squad, to come on here and talk to me right now.
Let me finish.
Come to holler at me, man.
Yeah.
Hey, family, give me put your email in the back chat, man. We gonna put you on some of them guys over there.
That's Buddha. That's Jesus Buddha.
That's Jesus Buddha. Oh, Jesus Buddha snapping out on. All right.
Let me finish this, man. The word Sudan. Where do you think that came from? So you the
all day.
Where do you think so you come from? The word so means people of Judah. That can be proven. As far as the Sudan, so you die. Look it up, Google it. Look it up, Google it. I'm telling you, it's a Semitic word. Semitic word. So you die. It so means people of Judah. So you die. And that appears on an old map older than the 1747.
Oh man, arguments prepared. So when they ask me some silliness like that, I say I say things like the Bombara, which meant infidels to the Muslims, because prior to them being called the Bombara, they was not called that. They did not call themselves Bombara. That's a name like Falasha, a name that was given to them. Like the Akan, I would have told them the Akan. And prior to the 11th century, you never heard of an Akan. And the only Akan writing that you have is in the Bible, going back to the tribe of Judah. If he'd have asked me about a tribe, I said a name, a Gad, Dan, or something like that in the Bible, then I'd have said the Dan Yakuba. Looked up the Dan Yakuba, boy.
That's right. Teach.
Look up the Dan Yakuba. Look up the Beni Ephraim, okay, of Nigeria.
Right.
Okay, and also look up the Igbo who claimed descent from Gad, dummy.
Igbo. Right, we know that was the advertising. Hebrew Jews. We done seen those advertisements of people being Igbos being sold, advertised as Hebrews.
The Akan is that Judah and why they claim to be Judah. There is no historical records of Akan. Akan in the Bible is the oldest record of Akan in the world, and it goes back to the tribe of Judah.
When you start talking about serpent worship, we often did that in error. We often did call on the God El Yahweh.
It's the tribe of Dan, right? It's the tribe of Dan.
I can show you,
but
I can show you Akan. I can show you Akan in the Bible.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
Akan is the parent tribe of all of the northern, western Bantu, so-called African. Keep in mind that the whole idea of Bantu is fake and a fart created by a white man, William Bleak. So prior to 1865, that whole Bantu wasn't even heard of. Them people was called the Kafir by the Muslims, which is another name
Well,
that they was
Bantu's
giving these
language
people. These
anyway.
people was beefing. These people was beefing with the Muslims be over religion.
Well,
You
we got
dig
to
what
get
I'm
through
saying?
this tape, man. Yeah, we got to get through this tape, man. I want to. I want Jay to hear this full testimony, and
And
then
let
I
me say
want
something
y'all
real
to come
quick. Let
back.
me throw a source.
And he didn't even let Babylon Don introduce himself because
Right.
All right, let's go. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Babylon, go ahead.
Hey, peace, JJ 7000 and the rest of the panel. Who is
Peace out.
that talking in the background that was talking at first though? That was Apostle.
Yeah.
Hey, Apostle, I agree with you 100%, brother. I like the
Yeah.
way you put that together. I really do.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's the truth, man. I got a video here talking about the 7 serpents of Yahweh.
yeah, but I like the way you put it together when you said that, like that, like it ain't that they was worshiping the serpent.
No.
It's actually the serpent represents an idea. It represents something
Right.
in the future. It represents healing. It represents
Right.
all these things. The people
Right.
that look upon it represent faith. It represents all those things, So I like when you were saying that because those are the facts. And see, see, that's the thing. That right there, that take us outside of scientific argument into they'll call it religious, but we know it's a spiritual argument. It's nothing to do with religion. It's a spiritual argument, and science don't deal with spirit. So then we wind up arguing with them over nothing.
Exactly.
They don't even accept our like I was on there tonight on Sonetta
Check you out,
University.
Jay. Yeah, go ahead.
And I went through a whole thing where I told them that basically they don't accept the Bible over there. They don't accept professors. If you bring professors,
And tell them what you study. Tell them what you study.
Say what now?
Tell them what you study.
I don't understand.
Don't you study linguistics?
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you said stay. You said study. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I do study linguistics and mathematics. I actually teach those subjects, and I developed my own linguistics called
Hey,
Indigenous
what
Studies,
language?
Mathematics, and Linguistics.
What language is Dan Yakuba?
I have no idea, but listen to this. This is what I want to say. Dan Yakuba would be a
That's Dan and
combination of.
Jacob.
Wait.
Dan,
Let me
Jacob,
answer. Let me answer. Let me
Dan.
answer. Let me answer. Don't say it for me,
Watch this.
bro.
Let
Let
him
me
answer.
answer.
Okay.
Let me answer. Golly.
Hey,
Golly.
y'all
I'm
did
gonna
this.
tell
Y'all
you.
two did this the
Let me.
last
Don't
time,
shame
y'all.
me.
You
Golly. I don't
and
want you.
I
I
know,
don't
but
even
y'all
want
two
him to
did this
say
the
it,
last
man. I
time.
want to
Y'all
just
was
answer it. It's
doing
Dan.
linguistic bombs at each other. Go
Dan.
ahead. Go ahead. Get it.
Dan means judge. Yakuba is Jacob.
Right.
Okay, now wait, let
There it
me
is.
say it. Cause you say I want to let you know. See, that's what I'm saying. When a person talk, listen, because just because they say they don't know, I'm being honest. I don't know what you mean, but I can know linguistically where those words come from. A linguist don't mean
Right.
he speaks many languages. It just means that he understands many languages.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like he don't
He's
have to
studying them.
speak them. He just see the
Look up the
words.
Dan. Look up the Dan Yakuba. It's a tribe that exists in West Africa right now. They black folks.
Yeah, I heard you earlier, and I know what you're talking about. And I know the Dan Yakuba. I know what you're talking about. It's,
Let me
it's
after you get done, brother. I want to say something. Go ahead.
okay. Go ahead, JJ. Go ahead, JJ.
All right, we need to get back to this video, but let me just say something what Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen said on the Hebrew Israelite lineage of Americas, the African Jews as well as other Romanized Africans of this era were caught in the rebellion of Syrencia during 115 CE. This is in 115 CE. This go back farther. Listen, this is 115 years after Christ, against Roman imperialism and colonialism. This rebellion also melted the beginning of a mass Jewish migration southward into Sudan or West Africa. Along the way, the city is called Air, spelled Aer, but it's pronounced Air, and into the countries of Futa, Jalan, and Senegal, Gambia, which is below the curve of the Niger River. Most northern reaches were the city of Timbuktu. So I'm going to kill Chris in this debate. Mali presently stands African origins of the major Western religions. That's 1970, page 76. Also, Dr. Ben goes to relate that Israelite immigrants from northern and eastern Africa merged with indigenous groups in western Africa and became the Fulani of Jalan, Boma, Kerman, and Lake Chad. They also formed parent stock of groups such as the Ashanti and the Hassa, the Beni Ephraim, and the Bambupa or Mabuba or Mayumba. All of these groups suffered tremendous population decreases during the transatlantic slave trade. I was gonna bust your head, bro. was with your own people. That's what 7,000 do. Was in operation. Look, let me say it again. All these groups, Chris Harris, raw born, suffered tremendous population decreases during the transatlantic slave trade. Was in operation. Others was completely eliminated. Thus, every so-called African American has Israelite ancestry in their family tree, whether he or she knows it or not. Even in the very crucial of slavery, the descendants of West African Hebrew captors in America struggle to keep their heritage from being obliterated by forced assimilation assimilation. Their distinctive traditions became submerged in Christianity, but always remained a part of oral tradition via so-called Negro spirituals, which praise the memory of our ancestors. I just wanted to get that out there. Let's continue with the program.
Okay, can I finish, JJ? Now you want to finish the video?
Go ahead, you say something, and then we're gonna get to the video.
Okay. What I was gonna say, JJ, is that I brought a professor name up on the show, and his name was Professor Theron Williams. I wanted you to check him out. He wrote a book called "The Bible is Black History." That's the name of the book. Yeah, Dr. Professor Theron Williams. He wrote a book called "The Bible is Black History," and he go back from Adam all the way to Yeshua, and he showed that these people were all Nubian black. None of them were nothing other than Hebrew, and he proved or showed through DNA. And when I brought this up on a show, they said, no, that's not scientific. That's all I want to tell you.
Because you know why? Because they're going against Jabari. I'm rocking with Jabari in this debate as far as this topic. It's too much evidence saying
Jesus
this.
is in the audience, man.
Who is?
Black Jesus, minister.
Balling and crawling, slanging and banging. Yeah.
Yeah, invite them on here, or if you can, bring the video and we can show the video. I would love to see that. And then Jay, if you want to see the video without non-stop, because we do discussions over the recap. So if you want to see it, it's on Shawnetta platform. But here we discuss it.
Yeah.
What what we like and what we don't like, and we disagree or whatever.
Yeah, we did the same thing when Yarah was talking. We stopped it, and every time something he landed on something, we would stop it and discuss it. We just not doing this to Chris, man. Even though I don't like him, I'm not being this. I just don't like him, but it's all right.
You love him. You just don't like the information that he tried to bring out.
Yeah,
Speak for
I don't dislike him.
No,
I
I say y'all
dislike
speak for yourself.
I dislike his information
JJ.
and how he presents it.
I mean, I don't hate no man, but I'm just saying. But I'm like, let's just get to the information. I don't even want to talk about it.
That's right.
Fuck that nigga. I don't like him.
Well, we know that.
It's about the information. All right.
Can ask for an extra round. I'm pretty sure Yarah would want that. But it says, King Hafan's rise to power in 1708. That was the king of Judah. He was the king of Judah. And this is what happens. The French Company of the Indies presented Hafan with 2 ships worth of cargo and an extravagant Louis-style throne, while the British Royal African Company gifted a crown for the newly appointed king. Such practices illustrate the high level of dependence European traders had on African native powers in the beginning of the 18th century, and also the close relationship that emerged between the 2 entities. Now, this is funny. The association is further reiterated by the fact that the palace in the city of Savie, these compounds served as important centers of diplomatic and commercial exchange between European companies and the Kingdom of Ouida. So the king of this so-called Kingdom of Judah that you have, he's working with the powers. And as a matter of fact, we're going to learn later on in this debate that he, in fact, enslaved and was selling slaves. So are you saying that this was your kingdom on the west coast of Africa? If you are saying that, then we have a king here selling Africans. Are you saying that a Judean king was selling Judeans or Israelites? This is the trouble you have when you use revisionist methodology to try to prove your doctrine to be real. Now, I do want to read this, and I want to try and get through with this before I get into the meat of my argument. While company compounds facilitated interaction between European traders and native Africans, the true center of European operations in Ouida were the various forts that existed along the coast near the town of Gliwe or Glihu. That is what it was actually called. Owned by the Portuguese crown, the French Company of the Indies, and the British Royal African Company, the forts were mainly used to store slaves and trading merchandise. Made up of mud walls, the forts provided tolerable protection for the Europeans, but were not strong enough to withstand a legitimate attack from the natives. Who were the natives? The Africans who were storming these forts, these so-called Judean kings, housing slaves. That's the connection that you're trying to use to say that, this is Judah because Emmanuel Bowen said so, because some sister came on here because she's a doctor. That absolutely means nothing. She did not give a historical method on her claim at all. Now, here's a primary source here once again. Now, Pierre Labat, writing in the year of 1698 on the island of Martinique, he recounts what he had personally heard from the lips of Pierre Braguez, who in turn actually witnessed the serpent coat at Ouida, or as y'all try to say, Judah, with
3 minutes.
Guihu, when the king himself was in attendance in the consult of the oracle. This is probably the earliest recorded account of an eyewitness before European contacts had modified the ritual. The narrative runs as follows. The people get on their knees and they pray to a snake, Yarah. All you're going to find out, and I want to get ready to close this thing on out, here in Judah, which you mentioned, which you said the Yoruba people, this is Judah. This is not Judah. This is Gui-hu, or as the Yoruba people say, Zui-da. You're going to find out that there was nothing but snake worship there. You're going to find out that Yoruba people, they had their own Ifa traditions with Oshun, Ogun. You're going to find out that the Asante people, they worship the gods of Asase Ya. You're going to find out all of these different gods. What I need for you to do is show me people calling themselves and writing for themselves, calling themselves Israelites. You're showing me doctors and you're paraphrasing it. You're not giving me the complete context of the book. No one knows, and you guys do this a lot. They're calling them Black Jews, in which we know the Portuguese were converting Jews. I'm going to be dealing with all of that in my next round. Maybe I'll ask for an extra round here, but you have to show Black Israelites coming to America. You are playing semantics with Judaism and Jews. Portuguese also were Jews. You had European Jews. You had Sephardic Jews. You have to show me Israelites. You have to show me cosmology. You have to show me their patriarchal narrative. You have to show me a Torah. You have to show me a Torah backed up by what you would call the Mishnah and Gemara. You're not showing me any of those things. And when you do show me those things, I'm going to always continue to stand right there and show you Portuguese influence, European influence upon the native Africans of that time in the 14th to the 17th, 18th century, because this is what they were doing. They were influencing Africans with the religion and stealing their land and also enslaving them and shipping them off. I'm also going to be getting into the naming rituals of the Africans so we can get away from the nonsense in which we begin to believe. Guys, I'm telling y'all, a lot of this stuff is just word semantics that these Hebrews online like to play. Thank you.
All right, brother. You have 28 seconds left. So my brother Yasha, you got 2 minutes to rebuttal Chris, and then when you hear this,
yeah, let's stop for a second because I wanted the brother Jay to kind of observe from a he come in non-biased, so I want him to his perspective. What did he get out of that? Go ahead, because then everybody else gonna kind of go over. Hold up, Yash. Whoever said something. Let's let him go, and then Yash can go next. And then
I'll be short.
Okay.
I know. So here's what I'll say. I'm a little bit disappointed in the way that he ended that rap. I thought he had some points in the middle of it. And I think his points in the middle of it was anticipating what Yarah was going to do throughout the debate by calling out the Ueda connection. Honestly, the way he ended the round was a little bit weak. It was a little bit disingenuous, trying to say it's a semantic game. But from that, I can't give that round to Chris. I really expected him to win that round because I felt like Yarah didn't really show he understood the sources he read. But I also can't give it to Chris because he didn't provide me evidence that disproves what Yarah says. But I'll stop there and listen to what you guys have to say.
Okay, go ahead, Yasha.
I know the straw man thing, when he went to the Wilder thing, the brother went straight English and went straight Judah, which makes him, like you said, he anticipated for the brother to do the Wilder thing, which caused him to acquiesce to the brother's actual argument. You understand what I'm saying? Because he is attacking something and creating a whole nother argument that had nothing to do with the brother what Yarah had to say. You know what I'm saying? And what he need to be doing is debunking Yarah. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just simple as that. And he has failed to do that.
Yarah said he's the affirmative, right? Yasha, he said he's the affirmative.
You said he did what?
He taking the affirmative position.
I didn't hear you.
Yarah is taking Chris supposed to debunk his information because he went first. Yarah went first. The person who goes first set the tone of the debate.
Right.
That's who goes.
Right.
Yeah.
And Chris never debunked nothing he said. What Chris is trying to do is take the lead. He trying to switch the momentum. And it ain't time for that, brother. This brother is dragging you right now, Chris.
Well,
Chris, what you need to do is start debunking what this man's saying, and you're doing a horrible job at it.
He brought in a lot of sources. He needs to debunk them sources that he brought in because he trying to establish a point where real sources. Chris is just talking.
Yeah, but let me say
I look at it like, well, Chris don't know the sources he's gonna bring to the debate, but so Chris' job is to prove that those people on those ships are not Israelites. No, this is what these people are. And he hasn't even gone and named us none of the people really that was on the ships or how they, was saying that I'm from this culture and all this. You ain't proved what nobody is coming off the goddamn ship, Chris.
Yeah, and another thing, point
See,
blank.
Chris trying to shift. He's trying to shift the tone.
On, man. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
What I wanted to say was, here we go again, is conflating Israelites in error and the way Israel in Moses' time venerated the serpent with serpent worship. We never worship serpents unless we are in error. And there's been times when we have been in error, worshiping other people gods. That's not to prove that that's not us, because you show people worshiping a snake. We've done that.
That's a fact. I got a whole article on the Northern Kingdom. It was calling the Most High a serpent.
We've done
But
that and more.
did Chris say something about Africans worshiping snakes or something?
Yeah.
See,
no, he was saying, he said that, and the word wahoo is they were worshiping the serpent. We did that, but we did it out of error, or either we were venerating it because of what Moses did. We
But surely there's a record.
So if we were known to even fall off air, start practicing worshiping the serpent, so it even goes to prove that them people in Yuda could be Israelites.
Right.
Chris Harris.
That's what I was just thinking.
I got my article. I even got an article even saying that the Northern Kingdom was doing this type of practice.
Yeah, but that ain't even the argument of the debate, though. He changed it.
Yeah, that part right there, everybody. What Creamer said. That's a straw man argument. I got the proof during the debate, y'all.
The tone.
Right, listen.
He's trying to change the tone of the debate.
What did the scripture say about
what happened was, look, when he did that during the debate, I typed this out and I said, bro, this is a straw man argument, bro.
Right.
I said, Yarah ain't said nothing about no Wahuda.
Why is
you supposed to be proving to us that Israelites was not on the ship, and you ain't doing none of that.
Right. Why are you talking about the Mishnah in the Talmud? We don't accept that. Why would we have that? And the Torah, did not the scripture say that we will forget our God? We would not know how to worship. We would even forget ourselves.
Says we would discontinue from our heritage.
We would be disincluded from we wouldn't even know who we were. And we will worship the gods of wood, stone, and metal, silver, whatever. Those that we are associated with, we will worship their gods. So, of course, a lot of us didn't leave Africa knowing even then who we were.
So basically, Apostle, he helping him out.
Say what now?
So basically, he helping Yarah out in a little way.
He's pointing out things that we went through as a people,
right?
Other conditions and symptoms that we endured because of our excursion, because the Most High dispersed us among the people. How we behave, how we act, why we called on a God named El, why we called on a God named Yahweh, when that is not our God. Even now, the trick is how we even now call on Jesus, when that's not our God. No, that's some Jesus dealing with Jupiter.
Can I jump in and ask a question?
Us from calling on it.
Oh God.
We still calling on it. So
who else just joined the panel?
No, that's Jay. Jay got something to say.
I just have a question because I want to learn from you guys, because I'm researching a little bit, so I'm putting my doubts aside because I'm seeing there could be, what y'all saying, there's something to it. So if y'all don't mind, can I ask you maybe two questions?
Go ahead, bro. Yeah.
All right. So there was an example of the Muslim dude that they found in America, Omar Ibn Said, right? Writing in Arabic, praying and stuff like that. Was there any examples of any people that was recorded in the New World that showed that he was an Israelite? Was there any person with the culture still intact that could reconnect back to West Africa as an
Yeah,
Israelite?
they called her Moses. What was her name?
Okay.
What was her name? You know she had a Hebrew name.
May I respond to that after him?
Yeah, but then you got that dude Aquato. What's his name? What's his name?
Equiano.
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 Although they trying to say that he didn't say he was an Israelite.
Aloda Equiano. That dude?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not just him. There's others, man. My brother-in-law, he's married to my sister. His family took back their name that they had it when they got free. And you know what that name is? Kahan. You know what Kahan means?
Levi.
Priest. Right. That's the original word, Hebrew word for Cohen, which is the fake word, Cohen. Kahan. His family, upon that individual getting his freedom, he took his name back and put it back on himself. And he called himself Kahan, to the point that now through the generations, my sister's last name is Kahan. Because somebody in my brother-in-law's family realized that he was of the tribe of Levi, and he took his name back. Now, my brother-in-law didn't even know that. That's where his name, I had to show him where his name came from. And after that, after a result, that's how this information come out, because I recognize the name. That it's a Paleo-Hebrew word. And I told him, I said, man, your last name, you're a priest of Levi. You're a Levi. And after I told them, they did what they had to do, but it's the truth. Okay? So, I mean, that's just that's just stuff that goes on. It's millions of stories out here. Just like James Earl Ray was able to, whatever his name was able to learn about his family and Kunta Kinte and how he was converted to a Muslim, and how through the sharing of certain words, Mumby to come, how they call the river, can be long ago, and these certain words, okay? The same way I found out about Legree, that runs in my family, that's a Sierra Leone word. And the people, the tribe of the Timni people, they're Hebrews in Sierra Leone right now today. They're not converts.
So y'all had your Hebrewism intact?
Yeah, I mean, not as far as I go back 7-8 generations on my fammy.
I'm saying that y'all had y'all Hebrewism intact. Y'all was practicing it. Y'all knew it.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Hey, y'all, I don't mean to cut the bill, but we got Godmind and Earl Nelson.
Yeah.
They kind of more on, more on Chris' side. So I would like them to come join the panel and, explain to me.
If I knew that, Yasha, man, I wouldn't have been a preacher for 40
All
years.
right.
I got a question I like to
one more
ask.
question.
Hey, I'm like Apostle. Am I speaking or what? Is Mike muted or what the hell's going on? Come on, man.
Go ahead, bro.
When I spoke,
We
nobody
ain't even
said
got
nothing.
listen. Put a 1 in the chat if you
when I
think
spoke,
Chris
when
is
nobody
running.
said nothing.
Go ahead, y'all. I mean, as a matter of fact, y'all moderate.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna listen for the rest of the goddamn show. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
Nope, everybody mute their mic. Let that go.
Go ahead. Start it back up, Chris. So if we gonna keep talking, we ain't gonna get through the second goddamn round.
can keep going straight into your 10th round, your 10 seconds, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Yarah, I hate to cut you off real quick. Excuse me for being rude on your time. Hey, you want to do another round, Yarah?
I'll think about it after this one. So let's get into it.
Okay.
First of
you
all,
you got 10 minutes, Yarah. It's on you, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. Chris Harris, I thought you was better than this. Come on, man. Let's do it. Let me share this screen real quick. Let me share this screen. And
your screen is sharing. Let me know when you're ready.
Are we ready? Here's the issue that we have, right?
Start time.
When we talk about semantics, right? What Chris Harris wants to do is try to split hairs in this debate. And if you guys understand, especially Israelite brothers that are listening, who actually have these conversations with these guys, they want to make it seem as though Jew, Hebrew, and Israelite is something completely different, right? When we go into any definition of what an Israelite is, you'll see the term Hebrew. If we go into any definition of what the Hebrew is, we'll see Israelite. So if him asking, I want to see the word Israelite, that's foolish. In the African culture, in any ancient Near Eastern culture, they never referred to themselves constantly as the same thing. He said it himself. He referred to these people himself as the kingdom of Judah, as Israelites, as Hebrews. He's used the term all throughout his exchange interchangeably. Jew, Hebrew, Israelite. He said it the entire time. So if he can't figure out what's the difference, how does he expect someone else to show him? Because there is nothing to show in that instance. Hebrew, Israelite, Jew, it's all the same. Whether they're European Jew, whether they're African Jew, if they're still an Israelite, they're still considered Hebrews. You're talking about ethnicity, religion, and one all converted together. So that's a question that no one is going to be able to answer because it's simply trash. So let's look at this right here, right? Let me make this a little bit bigger for y'all, family, so y'all can see what he says. And he goes into the whole understanding and conversation of Weta. I never said anything about Weta. I specifically said the kingdom of Judah and the Judeans that were in the west coast of Africa. Here's a source. Barber on Guinea, right? The writings of James Barber on West Africa, 1678 to 1712, volumes 1 and 2. Listen to what it says. That the kings of Jehoshaphat and Acah fate on their thrones in the place of Samaria near the gate. In ancient times, the towns were not so large as our capital cities in Europe. It's already telling you, in order to understand what an Israelite kingdom looks like, it's small in stature. This is why I agree with Israel Finkelstein when he says you shouldn't be looking for an expansive kingdom of the Israelites. They were small towns, and we're going to see the same thing being done in the west coast of Africa. In ancient times, the towns were not so large. Our capital cities in Europe, which can hardly be substituted by the product of the lands for 100 miles about them. Watch this. They were then small, inhabited by a small number of laborers and husbandmen sufficient to till the ground about them. Watch this. Thence it is that the sole tribe of Judah, he's not talking about a land, he's talking about a tribe of people. The sole tribe of Judah reckoned 115 such towns within its precincts. He asked about the material culture, each of them having some villages dependent on it. The market was a general rendezvous for all affairs, and at the town gate, all public concerns were managed, especially in the days of the patriarchs. This is what they're talking about. So he has clearly no understanding about this information. Here's another source, a mission to Galilee, king of Dahomey. I never said all of the kingdom of Dahomey were Jews or black Jews, but let's talk about the breakdown of these people. Here it says the land around it is called Lefshafan, from the Nego people whose chief Kade was slain by King Gezo and who were finally settled here. The eyes dwell with delight upon the numerous country villages, like again, here's a validating source, like the 115 towns of the tribe of Judah, and upon the thin forest of palms raising from the tapestry of herbage, were wavy, here cut short, which continue to make this spot the freedom or paradise of their homie land. So we're talking about two separate sources, family, two separate sources that contribute to the fact and state specifically that there were 115 tribes, towns of the sole tribe of Judah, right? Not any snake worship. And if you go into who were involved in snake worship, it was the tribe of Dan, which is what we know in Hebrew Israelite tradition was called the serpent tribe. That was their monogram, the snake. So if he's looking for the tribe of Dan, he may have something there with the snake worship, but the tribe of Judah, you'll never see that here. Let's continue, right? Reclaiming Africa, African Hebrews before pre-colonial era. Page 219, the Africans who wrote the Bible by Dr. Ellis Dockwell. But let's see here. In the 1930s, a European priest who went to live among the Akan people in West Africa found close relationship with Akan and Hebrew religious thinking, practices, belief, and culture. To this priest, the evidence was so overwhelming that it confirmed the origin of the Hebrew God and the Akan God. In his book entitled Hebrew Images of West Africa, since he bought what Father Williams, S.J. Williams said, he said revealed through linguistic studies. This is what you asked for, Chris. The linguistic studies, it's already been done. You're just denying it. Through the linguistic studies that the supposed Hebrew name Yahweh originated from the Akan word in Yahweh for God. Let's continue. Reclaiming African Hebrews before pre-colonial era. Longstreet, W.S.S. Lovo, J. 1970, Royal Review of Black Song, The Forge and Flame. Let's see what it says here, right? Let me see if I can go through it here. I'll just go down here. Can you see this real good? Janetta?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Here in the highlighted area, people, right? And this is from the book, The Black Song. And we're talking about Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews who went over on the slave ships and made it to the Americas. It says, if the American white man fancies that he was the first to teach the Bible to his black slave, he is quite mistaken. A number of the African travelers testified to African acquaintance with the Christian Bible. Jobson, for example, writes of the knowledge by Gambian natives in the early 17th century of Adam and Eve. This was in the early 17th century in Gambia, who they called Adam and Ivaha, Noah's flood, and Moses. Ellis reports that the Vai priests traditionally possessed copies of the New Testament in Arabic. They knew the life of Christ and the principle of a Christian faith, right? So here they had a Hebrew, they had a Bible, including in every Bible that they have is the 5 books of the Torah. So they have evidence of a Torah, people documenting this. Let's continue. It says Starkey.
Damn, stop right there real quick, Karima, please.
Had Arabic versions of the Pentateuch.
Yeah, man, that was a heavy source he just laid on it right there, man. God damn.
JJ, you know, hey JJ, you know they went blind, dumb, and deaf when that came out.
Wow. And just like to be honest, I thought he didn't say that the distinction between Jew and Israelite, but he said that just a minute ago. So I must have missed that part. So I'm glad he covered that in the debate. He just a clean sweep. Anybody want to remark on what he just said?
I want to hear what Jay got to say.
Well, Jay is already saying that the first round was a draw.
No, he said he wanted to. He had to prove.
He's saying that now he got to show that they were on the slave ships. He showed that they were in Africa, but he got to show them on the slave ship. But who do you think they went and got?
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
Listen, this is why I'm saying that, bro. I'm just literally following the trajectory of the debate. I'm not jumping the gun, right? Okay. I'm basically listening to what he has to do to prove it to me. You know what I'm saying? I understand that it's almost a given. Like, who else did they take from West Africa? I got you, bro. But I'm saying, as far as the debate, you have to prove it. And I think that's what he was just now, going into. So that's why I'm kind of the way I am. I'm allowing him the chance to actually show his scholarship.
Okay.
That's right.
I think
Go ahead,
honestly, if you go back and look at those early sources he gave in the first round, you can see them talking about the same people that were in the west coast of Africa, the same people that wound up. As a matter of fact, she said the American Negro. She mentioned it in the last sentence. that our studies show. So if you go back and listen to that, I think you will see that the first round that was established.
But the first round, he basically established what he's going to bring out, and he's bringing it out real good. So he ain't missing. He ain't missing anything.
This is what we're saying about the people when they keep asking, where is it in their language? We know that when Askia Muhammad came into West Africa in 1492, what he did was he had the Israelites acculturated into the Arabic culture. It's simple as that. He says the Psalms of David and the book of Isaiah. The brother, he says, and Felder Mandingos entertain him with the stories of Joseph and brethren Moses, David, and Solomon. They gave out the stories. Now, Chris likes to say that these people were converted by the Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
Now, is he saying that the Portuguese were Christians or were the Portuguese Jews? Because if the Portuguese were Jews, like you said, Chris, why would they be converting them to anything else? But I'm going to show you where you're wrong with your understanding about the conversion, right? I'm going to take you directly to this understanding of what this is, right? And we're going to talk about
converting Hebrews to Christianity.
Let me see if I could open this
Catholicism.
link when he talks about conversion.
Remember, if you need me to stop, you got to let me know.
He keeps saying the Portuguese did Portuguese. What actually in the terms of
conversion. All right, brother, I stop your time. You had 3 minutes and 34 seconds. You're going in and out. You ready? You ready now?
Okay. Yep, I'm ready. It says the conversal phenomenon.
You got 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. It says the conversal phenomenon, right? This is what a conversal is, people. And this is where these guys get this wrong. The conversal phenomenon is rooted in the inquisitions and programs that took place in the Iberian Peninsula, historical Spain and Portugal, right? A conversal was, listen to this clearly, people, because this kills his old argument about conversion. A converso was and remains a Jew that converted to Roman Catholicism in Spain and Portugal in the 14th and 15th centuries, or one of their descendants, not people being converted.
That's what you call a left hook.
The man, come on, stop right there, man. Just
and a knockout. A left hook.
God.
All right,
come on, man.
And a knockout.
Come on, man.
Hey, Salaki and JJ. Hey, you know what's funny about all of this too? Yeah. There are books that talk about how the Spanish the Spanish Inquisition, how they would take Israelites that was from the age that was under 14, how they would take them from their parents and force them to worship to subscribe to Catholicism and Christianity.
Right.
That is a fact.
And raised them as Christians. As
there you
Catholics.
Go. And then type them out, and then use them to go hunt down Israelites.
Shaw wrote it. He was an eyewitness to it. He wrote his book in the 1500s. It was revived in the 1700s. You know what it's called? The Inquisition, the expulsion of the Black Hebrews from Spain and Portugal. It's called the expulsion of the Black Hebrews from Spain and Portugal.
And you know what, Chris?
Edgar Shaw. He was an eyewitness. They revised this book in the 1700s. You cannot get the original book. You're going to pay thousands of dollars for it. But you can get the revised. You're going to pay hundreds for that. But remember Edgar Shaw in the expulsion of the Black Hebrews from Spain and Portugal. How you say that word, Jay? JJ?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, yeah. Auto de fe.
Auto de fe. It's the Inquisition. What went down?
Spanish Inquisition.
The Spanish Inquisition, the Conquistador.
So listen, Chris Harris always he always talk about the Alhambra decree, but he be messing it all up.
called Dumb
Where
Diverse.
Yasha at? Did Yasha fall off?
Paper Bulls and Dumb Diverses.
Yeah, he did,
Look
but
it up.
Babylon Don got
The
something to say.
Pope said any people living anywhere that's dark skinned, you can do as you will with them. If they refuse to convert, you can kill them. This is dealing with the Maroons. And that other word in Africa,
What's that's called? Like manifest destiny.
yeah.
Yep.
Indigenous black man. What's up, brother? Yeah, yeah.
Hey, JJ, check it out, brother, and Apostle, and everybody on the panel. You know, it's a lot of confusion that's going on back and forth between what the person is saying and then how the other person is interpreting what they saying, and then how we interpreting what he's saying, and then what the scripture is really reading or what they referencing or whatever. So to show this big conceptual knowledge gap that's going on that need to be stopped and bridged, like for instance, Apostle, okay, the Portuguese, the Castilians, the Italians, and the Spaniards, these got together, and these are what you would call the children of Esau. They not black because they of Jacob. They black because they children. They brown because they children of Esau. And they not Latino. They are Italian, Spaniards, Portuguese, and Castilians. And they are the fathers of Christopher Columbus and the conquistadors.
Right.
And I talked about a video, and you should watch it, guys. It's called The Black Queen. And in there, it talks about Catherine Medici, and it just tells you about all about the Bible that people wouldn't even know about. Like Catherine de Medici, she took care of King James' daughter, Mary of Scots.
Right.
She was supposed to marry King James on 2 occasions. This wicked lady, which we know King James wicked, but when you find out about the Black Queen, Catherine of France, but she originally from Italy, and she became the queen, like the Queen of France, basically. And when you read about her, she was gonna marry King James after her husband died, but she didn't on 2 occasions. And so she wound up taking care of his daughter, though. So then you'll see how close that is. And in there, it talk about the Huguenots, and some people say the Huguenot Moors,
Right.
but in there, it talk about the Huguenots.
Right.
And these Huguenots were the ones who actually, they say, invented the they actually invented the printing press. So not Gutenberg, like people would say, but these would be the people that was controlling the whole thing with all of the money out, that was doing all the things in the background. They even tell you when they first shot the first rifle and the first person to get killed with a rifle and who invented that. So these are the people who was in charge of bloodfare, warfare, the Bible, the printing of the Bible, controlling all of that. So they were Italians, Portuguese, Castilians, and Spanish. And now you see the French are involved. And that's where you get them saying that the French Moors and the MUUR and all of that. But that's still not us. King James them is not us. These are straight up devils, like he wrote in his book, Demonology. These are straight up devils. And so I just wanted to point that out. The other thing is that the Jews, now when we say the word Jews, we got what they got, not we got. We got Judah. That's what we got.
Right.
But what they got is Khazaric Jews, Kabbalistic Jews, Zionist Jews, Nazi Jews, both of them Germans. They got Orthodox Jews, unorthodox Jews, converted Jews, Hasidic Jews, Messianic Jews. So when we talking about the Jews, man, they are the devil. We know that, just like the Bible read. I know those who say they are of Yehuda, they are Judean, and they are not. They are but the synagogue of Satan. They have taken on every brand of people, from calling themselves almost Latino, trying to steal that name by saying they're Italian, and then saying Hispanic, and then now they're confusing themselves with the Afro-Latino people who are of Israel. And this whole thing of supplanting themselves and replacing us and supplanting Jacob because of what Yakuba, because of what happened. And then when the brother mentioned Dan Yakuba, we got to realize that if we went to the Bible, chapter 49, right? Genesis 49, chapter 49, we could read about how when the brother in that video mentioned that, oh, they ain't no snake, they just snake worshiping because of Dan. But Dan is a part of Yehuda. Dan is a part of the tribe of Judah. Dan is gonna be a part of Judah, like Benjamin and like Ephraim. So I don't really understand what they like how they trying to make the story like that's not us. But the main
You just
thing is
killed them with that one. Say that one more time. Dan is what?
Okay, if you go to Genesis 49, 17, let's go back up a little bit. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. 49:16, you'll see Dan shall judge his people. Like the brother said, Dan judge. Okay, as one of the tribes of Israel. 17, Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backwards. So now listen to that close. It say Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder. That's another type of snake in the path. That just named the type of snake that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backwards. So that's what you see. That's what it say.
There's a lot of symbolism into that, but that's how we identify certain tribes.
Yeah, but why you say symbolism? Because we know what that means. We know that means that Dan's gonna be a warrior and he's gonna fight this people that's coming trying to destroy the. Watch this. Okay, let's go to the front. You said that it's a prophecy. I agree. In 49:1 it reads, Genesis 49:1, and Jacob called unto his sons. Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. So this is a prophecy, not about them then, about them in the now. Right now.
It's about them now.
So then if these niggas ain't being a Dan, it ain't being a serpent, it ain't crushing heads and biting heels, then you're not an Israelite. You're not of the tribe of Judah. If you're afraid to say that this is who you are, then you're wrong. Go ahead, though.
All right, let's get back to it. Hey, y'all jump back on.
Went to say they weren't converting people to Judaism. They were converting people who were already Jews. That's what a converso is.
Right.
That's what a converso is. He's not going to be able to show you any mass conversion of Jews coming into the west coast of Africa and converting people to Judaism. He's not going to be able to show you that. What he is going to be able to show you, what the Portuguese were doing, was converting people to Christianity. That's what these Portuguese were doing. That's what a converso is. It's simple. Let me read it for you again, Chris Harris. The converso phenomenon is rooted in the inquisitions and programs that took place in the Iberian Peninsula, historical Spain and Portugal. A converso was and remains a Jew that converted to Roman Catholicism in Spain and Portugal, particularly during the 14th and 15th century. That's exactly what that is. Watch this. Those who remain openly or their descendants, the majority of Spain's Jews converted to Christianity. They were already Jews, Chris. So when they went into South Africa, when they went into West Africa, what did they do? They converted those people to what? Christianity. The people that had already been claiming that they were Jews from times past, from well before the time of Alexander the Great, well before going back to the time of the Exodus to 1446 BCE. The Yoruba clan talk about how they came in. The Igbo, they talk about how they came into that land well before any type of conversion occurred. You can't dismiss these people's oral tradition simply based on the fact that you want to say that they were conversions or they were conversos. They were already Jews. You can't find me another term of people who were being converted to Judaism. These were Jews being converted to Roman Catholicism. That's what a converso is, Chris. So stick that feather in your hat.
Can we pause it,
right?
JJ?
Let's go back here real quick. I think I
got
go
ahead.
1 minute.
JJ, those are not those. Okay, if he's saying JEWS, if he's saying Jews like the fake ones from Sephardic and Ashkenazic. Now listen to that. Is that JJ? I got a question for you. Is Apostle? Is there a tribe of Israel? Is there a tribe of Israel called Sephardic?
Yeah. They are black Sephardic. Yeah, Jew.
No, bro, that ain't a question I asked you, bro. I'm gonna ask you again. Of the 12 tribes of Jacob.
No.
Okay, aren't those the tribes of Israel?
Yeah, but see, he's talking.
So why would you say that? Why would you even try to say that anything other than the 12 tribes of Israel is a tribe of Israel?
He's not saying that.
Yes, he is.
No,
those are Sephardic. Those people in Spain and Portugal are the same people that claim to be Sephardic and Ashkenazic Jews, and there's no such thing as an Ashkenazic or Sephardic Judahite. So when they say that,
no. The label that they put on a certain people in Spain that were black, they are originally Hebrew Israelites. That they put the label on them, Sephardic, which means has something to do with Spanish origin.
No, it don't. It's got something to do with one of the sons of.
So what I'm saying is, what Yarah is saying here, when he's using the word Jew, he's not using it for speaking of the Ashkenazi. He's using it to speak of the children of Israel from the tribe of Judah.
Brother, what I'm doing is
the terminology they use in here is Jew, but they're talking about those black Jews that were forced to become Christians during the Inquisition. These are not white Jews. These are black Hebrew Israelites of the tribe of Judah that were in Spain. They were in Rome. They were forced out of Rome. They went into Spain and Portugal. They were forced out of Spain into Portugal. Children were stripped from parents. The children were taken to Saint Tomé off the west coast of Africa. And the adults were murdered. This is during the Inquisition of the dumb diverses, and where the Pope made a decree that anybody out of a certain color, darker than this, you can do what you want with them. You can go in their lands and convert them. If they don't want to convert them, you can slaughter them or put them in slavery. And that's what happened. The Portugals took them, brought them to Africa between the times of 1492 and 1747, brought them there to that place that they controlled on West Africa, beneath Togo, where it was called the land of Judah, or Negro land. And that's where they placed those black Hebrews because there was already Hebrews there that were there since 80, 70, since the temple fell. And they fled into Africa. You understand what I'm saying now?
I don't agree with what you're saying at all.
Well, then I'm not a Hebrew.
No, I ain't saying you're not a
what
Hebrew.
I'm telling you. I'm
just saying that I don't agree. Well, how would you gather that I say you're not a Hebrew just because you...
Because listen, my father's lineage comes from there.
I heard you, but that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about the people in Portugal, though.
Huh?
That ain't got nothing to do with the people we talking about in Portugal and Spain, whether or not your lineage is from there.
No, I'm talking about the people that were involved in the Inquisition. You know what the Inquisition was?
Yes, I know about the Spanish Inquisition. I just told you a whole story about the Black Queen, but that ain't what I want to talk about, bro.
No.
Okay,
See this here, converso, farminum.
I can't see it, but I know what you're talking about on the screen. I've been listening, so I know.
In the Inquisition, and the receipt's going to block me, and the Iberian coast, where Hebrews.
Okay, can I comment on that then? Can I comment on the Iberian part?
Let me make sure you understand what I'm saying. Roman Catholicism and Spain forced Hebrews to convert to Christianity, or they slaughtered them by the thousands. Okay?
Yeah, you sound just like the Jews in the Holocaust, just trying to paint me a sad story. I ain't studying none of that. I'm telling you the truth. I'm finna speak the facts.
It's right here. It's right here in front of you.
Go ahead.
The story is, this is not me saying, I'm reading it. And this is not the only story about it. You can get the book called The Expulsion.
Man, we supposed to be punished, so them sad stories don't even trip me.
I'm not dealing with sad stories. We just talking about how we got here, where we are in America.
Yeah, but that ain't what I asked, though. I asked you about something specifically about the people in Portugal and the people right there in the Iberian Peninsula, as you call it, which is really Andalusia, because Iber is not who they are, but go ahead, I'm with you.
Well, Eber settled it.
No, Eber ain't got nothing to do with over there. That's something to do with Britain, man. Berith means covenant.
No, Eber, that's why it says Eber. Where do you think Iberia comes from? The Iberian Peninsula come from? You said the word Eber yourself. That's where the word Hebrew comes from.
Bro, I know what you're saying, but it ain't got nothing to do with the Iberian or Siberian Peninsula.
This is not Siberia, man.
I know, but the people there are from Siberia.
Okay, let's get back to the video.
God damn, man. That can't, okay, you're right, Goddess. I'm done.
Yeah, we'll get back to it.
There's a lot of information out there on that.
I won't ask another question. I'll just make statements.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go down here.
Yep.
Let's go down here. I'll keep going. Right. Then I'm going to prove to him. Let me show you this right here. Because you're not going to be able to draw from anything that I'm saying tonight. Let me open this link real quick. This will be the last one I'll be able to show you with my time right here, right? It says the history of Jews and conversos in Spain. Watch this. A converso used primarily to refer to converts, from Judaism to Christianity, and their descendants, but sometimes included Christianized Muslims and their descendants. Chris, you're not really understanding what you're saying. Stop telling people that these people were conversos. They were being converted to Judaism. They were already Jews.
All right, Yarah, move your screen. We're going to let Chris come in. This is his second round. You got 2 minutes to rebuttal, Chris. And when you hear this, that means you're going into your 10. So I don't want to stop you. Just keep going into your 10 minutes. All right, the time will start when you start. Chris, you got 2 minutes to rebuttal. Let me know when you're ready. Unmute yourself.
Okay. I want you guys to know that Yarah has forfeited this debate. He hasn't shown you one time Israelites in America. He's shown you false inferences about the word Jew. As a matter of fact, he's even sat on this platform all night. And guess what the name of his presentation is? The name of his presentation is Reclaiming Africa. It's called Reclaiming Africa. In other words, he's saying the Jews, are you inferring that Jews are reclaiming Africa? Are you reclaiming Africa in a different name? Your entire lineup and your entire presentation has nothing to do with proving Jews in America. And you also brought up the dang on God in Yahweh. Shame on you. I'm cutting you up in the next round on that. I want you guys to notice what he keeps saying. Oh, Jewish tribes were small pockets, but then he calls them a kingdom. Then he sits up there and says, well, what was the location of it? See, I already proved to you that the people of Ouida, it was never called Judah. It was called Guihu. The locals called it Guihu. Portuguese called it Ouida or Ajuda. Anywhere you see this stuff at, you're going to find Portuguese, Europeans, conversions, Bibles. And unfortunately, we don't even have enough time because guess what? It was on you to prove that they was on them boats and you never proved it. We know niggas. Oh, excuse me. We know black people were converted to Jews. I've already proven that, and I'm going to go even harder now, proving that with some sources by Tobias Green, Jonathan Scorch, and Tudor Parfit, all right? And I got to speed this thing up because everything you did just shows how disingenuous your entire presentation was. You didn't prove anything. Once again, you did what I thought you were going to do. You showed that you're trying to use some revisionist methodology to prove that Africans are Jews, or excuse me, Israelites. You never showed me them saying it. And then you even tried to, you have a linguistic argument by saying what? They had Bibles written in Arabic. Where the Bibles written at Hebrew at? You cut yourself on that. Man, stop. I see you. With my new page, I see you. Let's get on into this. So I gotta stop my time for 2 minutes so I can get this, so I can go ahead and just bust him up real good because he's done now. Because like I said, they throw
your time stopped at 9:47.
Oh man. Oh man. Okay, so let me
You're just getting into your 10 minutes.
Okay, let me do my screen share real quick. Share the screen. Bill Parcells, Sam Pepper Johnson, and Lawrence Taylor on the strong side. Let's clean this quarterback on up. Let's clean him on up. Okay. What I want to deal with real quick, where is my untitled presentation? Oh, here it is right here, Yarah. So we're going to deal with it now because you ain't no damn Jew. Wake up. Here it is. Now, this is by Tobias Green. And this is what it says, because you're there in the 17th century. I'm going to meet you right there. Now, this is what Tobias Green says in his book. He states, and I'll give you guys the bibliographies after the debate. I have no problem with doing that. He says, by the early 17th century, one of the most unlikely centers for proselytizing activity on the part of Jewry was on the west coast of Africa. Many of the Sephardic new Christians who apostated from Christianity and began to practice elements of Judaism did so after visiting ports of Senegambia and Upper Guinea. You're done. One of them, Antonio Espinosa, gave a typical account of evangelical activities of Jews in the port of Kachu, which is in modern Guinea-Bissau, circa 1630. One day, he and his crewmates gathered with four Portuguese men who knew Captain Carrera. The captain in the ship in which Espinosa was sailing, who had already tried to convert Espinosa to Judaism. And they all said so many things to Espinosa about the Mosaic law, discoursing about all that nonsense and recounting how God, blah, 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 had given the law to Moses. Now, why am I bringing this up by Tobias Green? Because I'm showing you, yes, I agree, conversos were converts to Catholicism because they left Judaism. But when they went to Africa, they were escaping from what? Christian persecution, Roman persecution, the Catholic Church persecution of Judaism. You should know about the Alhambra decree in which they chased all practicing Jews out of Spain. You should know they tried to hide their identity. No different than Hitler when he was killing Jews left and right. So this is what they did, and this is why Tobias says, they apostatized from Christianity. I agree. Yes, they were conversos, but you're trying to make an established fact that these Jews were Israelites. They weren't. They were Africans who converted. Let's keep going. I want to read this real quick, and I just want to skip past this right here. It says, blah, 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 falling into idolatry, Mosaic law and stuff. I want to read this right here. However, this evangelical activity was not limited to the new Christians who passed through the region. The more devout Sephardim in the area began to proselytize some of their African servants and slaves. So now we got Portuguese ex-conversos doing what, Yarah? Converting slaves, converting Africans. Let's get more into it. The general evidence related to the conversion of Africans to Judaism on the Guinea coast, because that's where you've been all night, congregation of Sephardim established in Portugal, Senegambia, where you've been at all night. And moreover, there was a widespread anxiety among the Christian community of the Portuguese settlements of West Africa regarding the religious activities of the Sephardim. Thus, in a letter, July 30th, 1635, the Bishop of Cabo Verde recounted a story which, for him, had all the hallmarks of another Jewish conversion in West Africa. 3 African servants had circumcised themselves, although they were Christians. They began to adopt forms of Judaism given to them by that of the Portuguese. Why? Because the Portuguese said, hey, we can return back to Judaism here. This is what Tobias Green says. This is what Tudor Parfait backs up. This is what Jonathan Scorch backs up in their books. And they're all saying it. So you played something tricky and you never showed Jews on the west coast of Africa. You never showed Israelites coming to America. You created a straw man. So here's the God of the Akan people who is Asase Yah. So they see that name Yah there and they play games. Watch this. Is the goddess of fertility, not Yahweh. Love, not Yahweh. Procreation, peace, truth, and the dry, lush earth of the Akan of Ghana and the Ivory Coast. She is also the mother of the dead, known as the Mother Earth, Aberewa. I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce this. Ase is the wife of Inya Capone, the male sky deity, and is the daughter of Inyame. So Yahweh got a daughter? Yahweh got a daughter? The female aspect of the Inya Capone, Inyame, Odukoma Trinity, all of whom created the universe. Asase gave birth to 2 children, Bea and Tano. Bea is also named Bia. Asase is the mother of Anansi, the trickster, and the divine stepmother of the sacred chiefs. Asase is very powerful, though no temples are dedicated to her. Instead, she is worshipped in the agricultural fields of the Asante and other Akans. Asase is highly respected amongst Akans. Sacrifices are given to her for favor and blessings. Asase's favorite people are the Bono people. Planet Earth is Asase Yah's symbol, while Venus is Asase Afua's symbol. So let's continue on. Now, the name Asase means earth in Twi. This is the language they speak. It is not a Semitic language. The name Yah, there's that name Yah that y'all love playing with. All you Hebrews in this chat, all you want to be Israelites. The name Yah don't mean Yahweh, and it's not talking about Yahweh. It means one born on Thursday, meaning that Asase was created on Thursday. So when you see the name Asase Yah, we are talking and speaking about the deity being created and creating everything on Thursday, which is a far cry from what Yahweh supposedly did, and he got tired on the 7th day. Ain't that something? So I want to show y'all something, and this is in Gwendolyn Meadow Hall's Louisiana slave base online. I pulled this up, and this is what it says about slaves, right? And she says, once brought to Louisiana and sold, the slaves were usually given Christian names or classical names of the Greco-Roman civilization. Some names were inspired by popular plays of the time. Lindor, probably the most frequent male name in Louisiana slave database, is a character in The Barber of Seville, a very successful play written in 1773 by French writer Pierre. I'm not going to pronounce that last name. Another character in the same play is Lavelle, which means the hip one. This name is also very popular among the slaves of Louisiana.
3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Watch where I go, family. Nevertheless, many retained their African names. So it's quite usual for slaves born in Africa and the Creoles to have at least 2 names. The Christian name given by the master and the African name they brought with them for mythical or mystical protection. Let's go down here now. Now, here's a list of the names that the naming practice amongst the Fulbe of Senegambia in the Louisiana variants, which were the slaves. You got Hamadi, Amadis, Demba, Dingba, Yero, Yarah, Yarah, Pate, Pate, Patti. Let's go down to the naming practices amongst the Akan people in West Africa and the Louisiana variants. These are the slaves that were there. And let's go down to Thursday where you see Yao O Ada, which means Ya, or Yaba. Or in the female name, in the Louisiana variant name, because remember, I spoke about loan words. This is why it's all coming full circle here. Loan words, you got Ya, Abba, Aya, Yoas, Yaba, and Yebas. It means born on Thursday. It got nothing to do with anything that's connected to the Bible. Their language, which you never address, has anything to do with the Bible. It's a Twi language, which is from the Niger-Congo region. It has nothing to do with any Semitic verse. You didn't show me any of the religious rights of these so-called people. All you did was mention what? This is what this author said. This is what this author said. This is what this Arab said. This is what this European said. But you never showed me the people themselves, people themselves speaking about David, speaking about Solomon, speaking about Moses, they'll speak about Jesus now because of the European and Portuguese colonization that's been in that area. Yarah, you have failed to display the historical method, the anthropological method, and you yourself even said that you were going to prove that they were on the boats, and you never proved that they were on the boats. Here, I'll show you that they weren't on the boats. And we're going to go here to slavevoyages.org, and let me enlarge this so I can continue to bust you up real bad in this debate here. All right, so if you go here to the slave base and you type in the name, let's type in the name Yah, or let's just type in the name Yah. Boom. We're going to hit apply. Boom. This is what all Israelites do. I've already showed you what it means. I've already showed you that the name Yah means one born on Thursday. But we get a lot of people here born there. But look where they're sent to, Yarah. They're sent to, look, Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone. Everywhere we go, Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone. Watch this. Yao, Sierra Leone. All these people sent to Sierra Leone. You didn't show me no connections of these people on the slave boats. Baya, Bua, La, Beya, Say. There's all these Yas. Look, Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone. Look where they're shipped to, bro. They sit right there. Captive fate settled in Sierra Leone. If you just type in the name Yah, you're going to find out that all those people were settled in, guess where, guys? Sierra Leone.
Kareem, hold that for a minute. Hold tight for a minute.
Guess what, guys? Sierra Leone.
Hold tight. Yeah, because at Sierra Leone, there's a shipping depot to America. It's called Mount Bunce Island. Bunce Island, off the river of Sierra Leone. That's why they were taken to Sierra Leone. Off the river, there's Bunce Island that's owned by Oswald, Richard Oswald of Scotland, and Governor James Grant of Florida, who were responsible. Captain Richard Savory of the Charlotte Cape that brought my ancestors over from Sierra Leone in 1767, the month of September 1767, 2 days after the ship docked, my seventh generation grandfather was born and was a slave on Mount Oswald in St. Augustine, Florida, Amwar Beach, which is now a state park, which is the plantation he was shipped to, which he escaped from. I got all of this documented. That's the reason why they were shipped to Sierra Leone, because in Sierra Leone, there's a slave depot holding station called Bunce Island, B-A-N-C, Bunce Island. And that's where they shipped the slaves from. Thank you for finding that out and discovering that for me. Let me get the documentation on that. Hey, Karima, Snapchat that thing right there. Take a picture of it and send it to me because I need that. That'll add to my information. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. I need that. Thank you, goddamn Chris Harris.
All right, can we continue?
Yeah.
Where's the Israelites that were settled in America? Where's your primaries for any of this? And I knew you were going to do this. That's why I said I didn't even have to work hard. Here.
God damn, man. Y'all coming in. Both of y'all bringing this pain.
I was cooking.
Both of y'all bringing this fire. All right, we got the last and final round with my brother Elder Yarah. You got 2 minutes to rebuttal. And when you hear this sound, that means we going right into your 10-minute round. So, my brother, when you ready, you can upload your screen. Do you have anything you want to share?
Yeah, we're gonna get it in.
All right, Chris is coming hard. He ain't playing no games, man.
Wait, so we agreed to 3 rounds? I thought it was just 2. You want to do another one, y'all?
No,
yeah, it's one more.
This is mine, my last one.
Oh, this is your last round? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
So
no, it's your last round, but Chris will respond, and that'll be his last round.
Okay.
All right, so
right.
let me know when you're ready, Yarah.
Yeah, I'm ready. So
all right, time start. You got 2 minutes to rebuttal.
Yeah. Again, people, notice what this debate was about. I showed sources from researchers that tells us that Israelites came over to the Americas. They didn't get here by bus, they didn't get here by train, and they didn't get here by plane.
Turn on your camera, Chris.
Chris, come on, man. Why don't talk to the people like they're stupid? We hear what you're saying. We hear what you're saying. At the end of the day, Chris, you've argued everything tonight except what I presented. I'm the affirmative in this debate. You've showed nothing to rebut any of my sources. Nothing at all whatsoever. I showed you sources that talks about 2 sources that talks about the tribe, the sole tribe of Judah in the 115 towns. You never once addressed that specifically, right? I've showed you sources from Alan H. Gabi, Maurice Delafuse, Dana Marnici, who's been on this show, and others that says Israelites came over from the west coast of Africa to the Americas. And you never addressed it. You simply saying, no, it isn't. That's not a rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal. You have to show sources, Chris, that says what I'm telling you as the affirmative in this debate, that my information is incorrect. You haven't been able to prove that. Let me share my screen and help you out some more.
Let me know if I need to stop the time, brother.
Yep, I'm sharing now.
Okay.
I'm sharing now. So you should be able to see it, right? Let's deal with this, right? He's talking about there's no evidence of Israelites on the west coast of Africa. You have to stop this lie, right? So again, the Ephraimite Moors, the majority of the Israelite tribes resided under the authority of the house of Joseph, in turn was ruled by the tribe of Ephraim, right? So many of the Moorish Ephraimites, which they go by the term Afar, continue to move westward, ultimately settling in Morocco or Marrakesh, Mauritania, and Mali. That's the west coast of Africa, right? So he keeps saying, this is where I'm staying. This is where he wanted to have the debate. I haven't left out of the west coast of Africa. I'm going to deal with you completely on these sources, right? In 1311, Abukar II, the emperor of Mali, set sail across the Atlantic with 1,000-vessel fleet and thus began the settlement of the house of Joseph in the Americas. The voyage is recorded by the Egyptian historian Ibn Fadullah el-Humari. The Malayan Ephraimites Bahar before joined members of the Dene tribes of the Danite, such as the Navajo and the Apache, in populating West lands. Let's keep carrying the Bari or the Ibar tribe, right? The KJV, he wants to talk about lexicon. He wants to talk about loan words. The KJV translates bari or biri, means be well, biari. We see this in the African culture of the bari, right? Is this belonging to a fountain, right? Let's continue. The work of Almeida. The work of Almeida was based on the Historia of Ethiopia, written by a Roman Catholic missionary, Pedro Paez, who wrote about Jews in Ethiopia. Other people writing about African Hebrews in his time, for example, the Scottish cartographer John Ogilvy and the French counterpart, the Anvil Ogilvy, published Africa, being an accurate description of the regions of Egypt and Libya. That's your West African sources. These people are there in these regions, right? Watch this. Let me go down here real quick and show Chris this, right? Because he likes to say things that are wholly untrue. And I'm glad he went and talked about how people failed. Let's get it right here, right? This is from the this is an article from the Haaretz, right? And this is what he keeps saying, what they didn't say. Their oral traditions is exactly what they're saying. They're being recorded. So stop lying, saying that these people aren't saying these things. This is exactly what they're saying. The story of the Senegals hated reclusive Jewish community. The Portuguese navigators documenting their voyages around Africa's shores in the 15th century actually reveal how the Europeans saw the world and the Jews. Watch this. They make a clear distinction. The European Jewish newspaper known as the Red published documents from a Portuguese traveler who wrote about what he saw in Senegal during the time of the slave trade. This is what he saw, Chris Harris, not what he came to convert. He didn't see any conversions, no evidence of it. This is what he saw. These were already Jews, Chris, in Senegal, in Gambia, in Senegambia. Some of the people here believe in Muhammad, but the majority are idol worshippers, wrote the nameless Portuguese navigator. In this land, there are Jews known as Gauls, and they are black like the rest of the inhabitants, but they have no synagogues and do not conduct Jewish ceremonies. That simple fact right there tells you that they were influenced by Judaism, because Judaism says you have to have a synagogue. Judaism says you have to have certain practice or you can't be a Jew. So we know that there was no conversion. There was no Portuguese rabbis there. So that alone, Chris, tells you that these people were already considered themselves as Jews. They do not live like the other blacks, but separately, he reported, because they do not dare enter the village. They locate themselves behind the houses of the ruler of the village, and at the dawn, they sing his praises until he grants them a portion of millet, and then they go back. If they do not, the rest of the blacks would not tolerate them. So great is their hatred for them, which forbids them from entering any house except for that of the ruler of the village. If they find the inside village, they are beaten with sticks. They were already Jews, being treated separately and an aversion to them being Jews. Come on, Chris. The uniform writers of the arrest article try to make the claim that because the Jews in the document did not practice Hebrew customs like Chris is doing, because that's what Jews do, they were not really Jews. The most likely reason why the tribe didn't practice Hebrew traditions is because many Israelites were scattered and lost their culture and identity during their persecution. Also, this document is important because it shows how much the Israelites were hated by the native African population. This also helps debunk the myth that African soul of the Africans. They both were African, but two different tribes. The local West Africans helped sell Israelites who helped migrated from Israel, aka Northeast Africa. And this whole notion of Africans selling African, he said, well, Judah, what was the tribe of Judah selling slaves? No, they weren't. The idea of chattel slavery was completely different from what we see here in America. So it was a different practice in a different business. Let's deal with this right here. You're dead on all these issues, right? Conrad Maltebron, James Gates Percival, the kingdom of Loango contains black Jews, right? And I'm gonna bust you on this. Scattered throughout the country, they are despised by the Negroes who do not even desire to eat with them. They are occupied in trade and keep the Sabbath so strictly that they do not even converse on that day. They have separate burying ground, very far from any habitation. The tombs are constructed with masonry and ornamented with Hebrew inscriptions. Now let's talk about the Loango Jews. They say, well, the Loango Jews were converted. They were conversos. If you understand the history of the Loango Jews were actually born Jews who were taken from their Jewish parents, the black Jews that were exiled from the kingdom of Spain and Portugal, their children were taken from them, raised as Christian, many of them, and then sent back to enslave or to oppress their forefathers or their ancestors and their parents.
Right.
If you really want to understand the Luango Jews, but the Luango Jews were ethnic, blood-born Jews, black Jews. Let's continue. Right? Let's go here. Let's go here. I ain't gonna even take you into a lot of that, right? Let me get to it right here. This is exactly where I want to go. He says, well, where is their Torah written in Hebrew? Come on, Chris Harris, you smarter than that, right?
3 minutes.
The Askia Muhammad in 1492, when he came into the west coast of Africa, the Arabic language became the lingua franca. You understand that? That became the official language in the west coast of Africa. So we know pre-colonial times in the 12th century, a copy of the Quran from the 12th century, according to notes in the text, it was bought for a Moroccan king for a sum of gold. Here's why this is important, because in chapter 3, verse 3, the Quran says, it is God, he was sent down the book of the Quran to you, Prophet Muhammad, with truth, confirming what came before it. And he sent down the what? Torah and the Injil. So if you understand that the Torah and the Injil is what? The Gospels. So these were in the west coast of Africa well before conversion, Chris Harris. No Portuguese brought this in. This was brought in by the Arab slave traders. This was brought in by the Arab rulers. So this is what you don't understand. So when he's telling you, look, where's the Hebrew language? Where's their Torah written in Hebrew? They would not have written it in Hebrew. They would have written it in Arabic. They would have had a Torah written in Arabic. Let's go back and let's look at that real quick. Right? Let's deal with him right here. Ishmael Diade Hadra, a historian from Timbuktu on the west coast of Africa, Chris Harris, has found old Hebrew texts. Isn't that what you asked for, Chris Harris? Old Hebrew text, the primary source among the city's historical records. He also researched his own past and discovered that he is descended from the Moroccan Jewish traders of the Abana family. And if you know about the Abana family and the Koto family, the Abana family and the Koto family were Jews who were trading in Portugal, but they were natural blood-born Jews. As he interviewed elders in the village of his relatives, he has discovered that knowledge of the family's Jewish identity has been what? Preserved in secret, Chris Harris. What? Out of fear of prosecution. This is New York Times article 2007. So when you keep asking this ridiculous question, how come we don't see it written in there, written in Hebrew? Well, we have historical records that you can see today in the Hebrew text. This is in the museum in Timbuktu right today. You can go and read their Hebrew text from that time period, Chris Harris. So we know that there were Jews, Black Israelites, Black Hebrews writing in Hebrew before any time of conversion that you can produce. You can't show that, Chris Harris. You're dead on all of that, bro. You're dead on all of that. Look at this right here. The cemetery of the Jews in Timbuktu is today a simple dune covered in shrubs without epitaphs. This is the lost domain of some forgotten deaths in history. This is what he's saying. They have evidence of Jews buried, Black Jews buried in those areas. Those people were there, and I've shown you plenty of sources telling you and showing you that these people were on the slave ships. These people were in the Americas. Here's the source for you, Chris Harris. I don't get what part of it you're not missing. You're not missing. What you missing? It was on the coast of Africa, bought over.
All right, last and final round, Chris. I want everybody get your questions ready. Remember, you are not coming in to teach. You are coming in to ask a question. So you're coming in to ask a question, not to teach. Chris, you got 2 minutes in this round to rebuttal. And when you hear this, you already know it's going right into your 10-minute round. The last and final round, Chris, is on you.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I want to frame my argument. I'm going to be I'm going to address something. I'm show everybody once again how dishonest Yarah is here.
Time start.
Okay, time start. And I just want to show everybody something real quick. How many people in the audience have heard Yarah address the name of the debate about Israelites being in America? He's talking about Senegambia. He's talking about the kingdom of Judah. He's talking about the Ghanaian God. He's talking about the Akan, the Asante, but he's not synthesizing all this information and showing you how these people got on the boats. The people that he wanted to mention that got on those boats were in fact sent to Sierra Leone. So he doesn't have anywhere to go. See, the first place that you're going to start, and you're looking very inquisitive there. The first place you should go is on the boat and say, okay, here's the Israelites right here on the boat. What you're doing is you're playing word semantics with the word Jew. Everywhere that you went, it says that these people practice Judaism. I'm going to go into that source that you just read real quick, because that was very, very good of you to read a source from Haaretz. And many times these guys feel like if I throw so many sources at Chris, or throw so many sources at the guy I'm debating about, I win the debate, because I'm showing you sources about what other people said, and I'm not showing you sources. I'm not showing you. I'm failing to yield the anthropological or the historical method. I'm just showing you what a European said. Well, guess what? I agree with the European, what they're saying when they speak about Judaism, because we know we had a Portuguese influence, in which I've mentioned by Tobias Green in his paper, and which I've mentioned by Jonathan Scorch, and which I've also been using Tudor Par Facebook when he mentions that there were Jews there converting. I'm going to go into a presentation here, but first I want to show everybody this source you went to, because I'm going to discredit you right now, that source that you use. Sonetta, is my screen up real quick? And from here,
yes, your screen is up.
Okay, from here, we could just take it on into my round, and this isn't going to take a lot of time here, right here. So Yarah goes to the Haaretz magazine, which is a Jewish article right here. And I want to read this to everybody because this shows a lack of comprehension. And since I'm showing lack of comprehension here, and he hasn't shown any synthesization with the information that he's proved, I'm going to show that he's very dishonest here with this article that he read. And it says, in the 15th century, the Portuguese began to sail along the West African coast, searching for the sea route to India. Along the way, they landed in all sorts of places along the coast. Where they traded with the natives and documented everything they saw. This is what he says. There's a beautiful brother right there. One of these documents, written by an anonymous Portuguese navigator, provides us with a rare glimpse into a very strange phenomenon. A group of Jews who lived in West Africa near the Gambia River. Notice they don't say Israelites, they say Jews. This is very important. That's why I've been standing on his word, okay? Some people, this is quote, some of the people here believe in Muhammad, but the majority are idol worshippers, wrote the nameless Portuguese navigator. Quote, in this land there are Jews known as Gauls, and they are black like the rest of the inhabitants. So I didn't know that one of the 12 tribes of Israel were called Gaul. Which one of the sons of Jacob was that? But neither here nor there. It says, but they have no synagogues and do not conduct Jewish ceremonies. So this article right off rip is not advocating that these were Israelites. Let's just read the rest of it. You already know what I'm gonna do. Here come the tank running over the nonsense. Given this, why was our Portuguese navigator convinced that they were Jews? Question mark. The rest of this letter sheds some light on the matter. You didn't read this, Yarah, very dishonest of you. Quote, they do not live with other blacks, but separately, end quote. He reported, quote, because they do not dare enter the villages. They locate themselves behind houses of the ruler of the village, and at the dawn they sing his praises until he grants them a portion of millet, and then they go. And if they don't do so, the rest of the blacks would not tolerate them. So great is their hatred for them, which forbids them from entering any house except for that of the ruler of the village. If they find them inside the village, they are beaten with sticks. Now, excuse me. Many societies in West Africa have wandering storytellers known as griots, Jeli, Jali, Jawal, Galu, etc. It seems that these are the same Gauls our Portuguese navigator saw. Now, these traveling troubadours commanded great respect and had a defined role in the tribal society of West Africa. However, they also lived separately from the rest of the inhabitants of the region and lived off of their art. So why did the Portuguese navigator decide they were Jews? This is why it's so important to read the whole article. And Yarah, I don't think you're debating me. I think you're trying to make the claim or stake a claim that you're the biggest and baddest Hebrew teacher on YouTube, because that's all y'all really are Hebrew teachers on the internet. Y'all just on the internet doing this. And if you could throw so many sources at me, it can make you seem that you're just the biggest and baddest person. But I'm showing you and I'm discrediting you with you using this to synthesize that Jews came to America. Look what the article says. And two, it's irrelevant to the conversation. Look what it says. So why did the Portuguese navigator decide they were Jews? When he traveled in Africa and noticed a completely separate group of people, and furthermore, a seemingly hated group, he could only use the terms he knew to describe them, because the only group in the world that he came from matching such a description was the Jews. The Gauls, quote unquote, all of a sudden became Jews for him, even after himself admitted that they did not conduct a single known Jewish ritual. Here it is. More than anything else, this story teaches us how, when we reach the most isolated and distant corner of the world, we are capable of seeing it only through the perspective we brought with us from home. So when the Portuguese Jews were sailing around Africa and they saw a reclusive group of people that had their own customs and everybody hated them, they began to identify themselves with that group of people. You didn't read the whole article. Yarah. Throw tomatoes at him. He didn't read the whole article.
Why did they
This is my time.
Why did they address them? Why did they agree with them as Jews?
Do not interrupt me. This was my time.
Yarah, what are you doing, brother? No, you can't do that, Yarah.
I was on. I didn't realize I was on. Give him his time back.
You cannot do that,
no,
brother.
Give him his time back. I didn't realize I had hit the.
Okay, I'll give him his time back, but please do not put tomatoes in the chat.
Man, they let them throw tomatoes.
Because they mess up the algorithms. You do not do that, fam.
Okay.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Guys. Don't throw tomatoes in there. Sorry about that.
I don't want to have my people block y'all, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, put your bags of tomatoes away. You did not read that article with full comprehension, Yarah. You are dishonest in scholarship. And that's why I've been saying all night you have failed to yield the historical method and the anthropological method. You did not show any synthesization with your evidence that you provided. Yeah, you threw a bunch of sources out there. My job is to discredit the sources. And I'm discrediting the sources by showing you what they're saying. They say the buzzwords being used in all of this is, here, let me pull my screen up here. Sonetta, let me go back up. Let me pull this up right here. And I want to go here to my desktop here. Let me pull this up, geez. I hope, because I've been doing all his downloads, naming practices. Okay, excuse me. All right, don't worry about it. We're not going to waste any more time with that.
Go ahead, I stopped the clock. Go ahead, get it.
You stop the clock? Okay, guys. Sorry, if you want to give a station identification, go right ahead, beloved. Let me get this. Okay, here we go right here.
Time resumed. You got 5 minutes left. 5:15.
Okay, thank you. This is plenty of time to show how his information is very misleading.
I don't see nothing showing, Chris. You ain't sharing
I'm
nothing.
getting ready to share it right now. Huh?
All right, I got it. It's up and running.
All right. Okay. So what I was doing was I was just doing a lot of copying and just doing a lot of sniping as he spoke. And what he was using here was he used this isn't his. Here it is right here. He used the book The Lost Tribes, A Myth, Suggestion Towards Rewriting Hebrew History, hardcover by Alan Gabi. And this is what it says. Israelite among American Negroes. These facts have peculiar significance in the presence of Judaism among American Negroes. That's what he said. Judaism. Judaism is a religious practice. This doesn't prove slaves on the boat, Yarah. This, once again, misleading information. You did not synthesize it. All right, then you use Ulysses Santa Maria, and it says it is well known 1,500 years before Islam, Judaism was present in Africa. It doesn't say Israelites were present in Africa. It doesn't say that. It doesn't teach that at all. It says Judaism was present in Africa. And we know Judaism was there because we have the Jews at Elephantine. We have the Moroccan Jews. We have the Maghreb Jews. None of them claim to be Israelites. Hell, I can't even find Israelites in the 12th, 11th, 13th, 14th, 15th, any of them centuries.
That's a new people that come around probably what, 6th century BCE, probably? Stop it. Let's go here, albeit I can't really see this too much. I'm going to enlarge it for the audience. And this is what it says. All right. And it says, Karl Peters, the founder of German East Africa, who was forced to resign from the German Imperial Service, accused of cruelty to the local population of who retired British South Africa. Okay, so he probably participated in apartheid. And it says how absolutely Jewish is the type of this people. He didn't say they were Jews. He said they were the type of Jewish people. He says right here, how absolutely Jewish is this type of people? They have faces cut exactly like those of ancient Jews who live around Aden. And this is what you underline. Jews of the good old type. And even Jews came up with the same kind of comment in case of Sidney Mendel. It's irrelevant. This is all irrelevant. He's dealing with Judaic and Semitic legends in this book. Where's a picture of an ancient Jew? If I show something like this, I want to show a picture of an ancient Jew. If I go to the walls at any Egyptian temple, at any Nubian or African temple, I'm going to show you black people being there. I'm going to show you them. Let's go to the next one. That makes absolutely no sense why you use that. Let's go to the next slide. This is your work. Watch this. This was funny. Barbat on Guinea. So as I showed you guys that the Portuguese were converting Africans right there in New Guinea as early as 1630. And he says, thence it is that the Fole tribe of Judah reckoned 115 such towns with its precinct. Where's it at? Why didn't you show it? Where's the archaeological data? Where's the peer-reviewed data for that, Yarah? You didn't show us any of that. What does this have to do with Israelites in America? Can you show me these people getting on them boats?
2 minutes.
Okay, the Africans who wrote the Bible. Oh my God, I actually have this book. Everybody see me quote this book. This book is not advocating Jews. This book is not advocating that black people are in fact Israelites. This book is advocating that the religion that we find in the Bible, the stories that we find in the Bible are actually inspired by that of Egypt. That's what this whole book is speaking about. And the problem with this book, and I have it sitting right over there, and I'm going to show it to everybody, is that he doesn't source any of his information in that book. And this is why I have never shown anything of this book in front of my national audience. He doesn't give any sources for any of it. And you call it African Hebrews before pre-colonial era. You never read this book. I know you haven't. I've read it, and I know it's pseudo. I'm telling you all that is pseudo. Once again, this is speaking about Judaism. If it's talking about Noah's flood, we know that they're trying to draw their conclusions from what? From the biblical narrative, Deuteronomy 28 and all this other nonsense. Where was your evidence at tonight prior to you appealing to the authority of the people that shared your doctrine? You never showed it, Yarah. You never synthesized any of the information that you provided with that of Africans getting on them boats. All you
Stop it for a minute, y'all. Stop it for a minute.
Trying to claim Africa for the Jews. And
stop it for a minute. This is the second time that I've seen Chris Harris claim to have a book, except the first time he was challenged to show it. He claimed that he had it right behind him. He was debating Zion Lex. And Zion Lex held him down and told him to show the book. He never did. He pulled out another book and Zion Lex caught it and said, that's not the book I just showed you. Now, let's see. I done took a hell of a risk because I don't remember this part. I don't know why. But let's just see if he pulls out that book that he say he got. And I know you can go back to that debate on Sonetta Show, him debating Zion Lex. He reaching behind him saying he got the book and he can get the book, but he didn't have the book. He lied. He lied. And
I got the book. He said, I got the book.
He said,
he just said, I got the book. You don't know the book. The book is pseudo, but you ain't saying shit.
Listen, only thing I know, I want to see him pull out the book. Because I seen this dude do this trick before. And Zion called him on it and said, show the book.
And Salakia, Apostle, if I could, I'm so sick of these dudes saying that all we're doing is teaching on YouTube. We have communities in Africa where if we wanted to repatriate and go back to Africa, we could. You sorry ass niggas couldn't even set up a tent outside of Egypt without going into slavery in Libya. Man, stop it right now. And man, it's all races of people coming up to black people saying they the real Hebrews. I haven't had nobody come up to me yet and say I'm an Egyptian. Man, stop it right now. You're just mad because Kyrie and Ye didn't say we was Kemet. Y'all are butthurt and mad. You have no choice but to talk about us because we the only thing to talk about trending in the earth right now. You ain't never been on CNN, Fox News, or nothing. Nigga, Africans don't even come over here with the Egyptian unk around their neck. I'm so sick of these dudes talking like that when they can't even set up a damn teepee outside of Egypt.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I want to see this book Chris Harris says he has. I don't believe him. I've seen him do this shit before. Say he got information when he don't have it. And when you call it on him, he can't produce it. He always looking behind his back. God damn it. Oh, you can't see me. I was going to show him what you call, man. I was going to show my books. Because goddamn it, I got books. Go ahead, Kareem.
And he clearly ain't listening because he explained to him, yeah, they didn't call themselves Israelites like that, but he was showing the connection. And he just
right. We don't even know. We just finding out that we're Israelites based on prophecy in scripture telling what's going to happen to us. And it only happened to us. That's a fact. It did not happen to the Khazars, Ashkenazi Jew. They were not transported to a country that they never knew, that spoke a language that they never heard, by ships. And that all 12 tribes were served together in that land. And we're all here. They need to quit it, man. Why are they so upset? Because we claim to be something. I've never seen so many people upset because somebody whose identity were taken from them, they decide to take it back and claim identity. But that makes you mad. Why? Why should that bother you? Whether I consider myself a Hebrewite, an Israelite, or a Jew. Why should that bother you? That I consider myself to be something. Knowing that who I was stripped from me, just like it was stripped from you. But you playing worse than the white man. You won't even acknowledge what he done to you. When he took your history and your identity. When he took your mother's tongue and your father's name and gave you something else other than what you was. Called you niggaboo. Colored. But you happy with that? No. But the day we want to drop that bullshit and say, no, I'm such and such, that makes you upset. Well, Negro, be upset. Because I'm striving to be something other than a Negro, a colored man, a nigger. I'm more than that. And I'm so goddamn sorry you can't find that in yourself. I'm sorry for that. That you can't find it. You can't find an identity other than what somebody else done called you. And you don't get mad at people for desiring to be better than what some other people call you. And they the ones upset. Why are you going along with them? Why are you going along with them? They the real Jews. Why are you going along? Negro, why? Where's your self-love? Because all you showing me is self-hatred. That's all you showing me. Lining up with your heathen friend. And you don't even see it, that you're taking sides with your enemy against your brother. You don't even see it. That's what hurts so bad. Even if you don't want to be that, you ought to encourage me to be the best I can. Nah, you hate. What's wrong with y'all niggas? Y'all ain't no Hebrews. Don't you niggas know that? Nah, nigga, I don't know that. But I want you to tell me what you are. Since I ain't a Hebrew. Tell me what the hell you are. That's what I want you to do. Who are you? I'm striving to be somebody. Go ahead, Kareem. I don't even know if everybody's still on the panel, man. What's going on? It's just me and JJ?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jay, trying to get on, I guess.
Okay. Jay, well, come on, man. Explain to me what's going on, man. You know, because more and more, I know who I am by prophecy, man. Deuteronomy 28. It says, Deuteronomy 28, that this shall be a sign to identify the people in the last days, to acknowledge who you are. So you read Deuteronomy 28, verses 16 through 68, and see if that's me, if that's talking about you or not. That's where we start. One thing we do know, that our ancestors didn't catch no plane over here. We know that. We know we got here by way of ships. My family came over on the Charlotte Cape. That much I have documented. That much I know. 100 male bucks, 60 female suede bed winches at the age of bearing children, and 30 young kids able to work the field. Okay? A total of 190 souls was on that damn ship. And my ancestors survived it being pregnant, giving birth 2 days off the ship to my 7th generation grandfather, Charles Anson Campbell, who lived to be 139 years old, who was born September the 18th. The ship docked on the 16th or the 14th. He was born on the 16th. I got to look at it. The ship docked. He was born 2 days after, 1767. He died in 1907. 1906, excuse me. He died in 1906. 1 year of being 140 years old. If he would have lived in 1907, he would have been 140 years old. South Carolina got him documented, census records, in 1900, 132 years old, head of household, with his wife, who was born in Africa, her parents born in Africa, living there in the house with them. So,
Yo.
yeah, go ahead, brother.
Man, Apostle, man, I hate to break it to you. Chris won that debate, bro.
No, man. No way.
Here's why. It's just real simple. Yarah had the entire third round to take us to America, and he didn't do it.
But he did it in the first. See, that's what I'm telling you. You keep
No, he
saying
didn't.
that.
Okay, go ahead.
But go back and look at the first round. That's what the lady, that's what the doctor said. She was talking about the American Negro in America.
issue.
How he get here? She said that the American Negro in America is the Hebrew that the people scoff against. She said that. That's what I'm saying. And it just wasn't that. 3 or 4 of the sources he shared talked about the ship. You got to go back and look at it, man. He laid that foundation from the beginning when he said we didn't come by airplane. We only came by ships. Deuteronomy 28, 64, 68. Thou shalt go again to Egypt, but by ship. By way thou shalt what? See it no more. Slavery. This is our last slavery. We shall never see slavery after this. Thou shalt see it no more. There thou wilt be sold for bondwoman and bondmen, and no man shall redeem you. Who has that happened to? Who was shipped across the country and sold on the shopping block? Who? What people? Because the Bible said that should be a sign identifying who he's talking about. Starting at verse 16. Come on, Jay.
I was just listening to you, man. But there's 2 problems with Elder Yarah's position that Chris exposed. One, you claim that he expounded on it in the first round. But then later we see Chris dig into one of his sources and it actually cut Yarah himself. So now we can't just eat up these 9 sources.
That's one source in the third round. That's one source.
Actually, he wasn't at the same source. He went to a source that was talking about the source that he used. So you have to go into that too. He didn't go to the actual source that he used. He used some other source that was going against that. But at the end of the day, that he didn't say too much on that. He didn't even say too much on that. So
you want to take the rest of the rounds that Yarah did, all that information?
We talking about 9 sources before them 3 sources.
He did rebuke him on that one. You gonna take the rest of the work, the whole body of work from him?
Yeah, because he had 9 sources, and then he quoted 3 sources after the 9, and he's only touched down on the 3 sources. What about the first beginning?
I just brought out how he just lied and said he has the book, but I bet you he won't show it. He's done that before. Go look at the Zion Lex. Chris Harris debate on Sunday.
The issue though, it's the execution, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. Yarah had an excellent first 2 rounds. Absolutely strong performance.
If you go by that, how can 1 round defeat 2 rounds?
I'll tell you why.
Even if
just
1 round is going to defeat 2, and you gonna tell me why?
Why, right? Boxing match, there's 12 rounds. You win 11, you get knocked off to 12, you lose.
But no. That's not how debates go. That's not how debate. You judge each round. You judge each round.
No. Because Yarah's mission was to prove that these Israelites were shipped to America. No, he did not.
So how else did we get here? If I'm here in America, how else did I get here? How else did my ancestors get here? Did you look up on Talon like I told you to? Did you look it up? As the reason why Chris Harris he was trying. See, I helped Chris Harris. He didn't know why they went to Sierra Leone. Because in Sierra Leone,
Yarah has to bring that out, Apostle. We can't presume
Yarah has to bring. But look, that's still information that Chris did not know. That now he might know.
Yarah had 2 minutes to rebut that, and he didn't do it.
He didn't rebut that, but he rebutted everything else. He showed that the conversion is not making Jews. The conversion is taking Hebrews, Jews, and turning them to Christians. That is what he showed. Okay? And you know about the Spanish Inquisition. You know what it was about. It wasn't about turning Christians into Jews. It was the other way. You know that.
And but the most important part about it is you going to see what Chris debunked. If he did, you saying he debunked it, but you ain't even go and actually heard him cite the sources himself. All you heard was Chris say, yeah, this and that. But Jay, you ain't went to the beginning part of the sources and seeing Yarah explain it himself.
I mean, that young lady was interviewed by Sonnet about 3 weeks ago. Dana, I seen Zion Lex interview the same woman. I know what she teaches. She teaches not just us, but C for Publishing. The way Dr. Stephen, the publisher of the C for Bible, he tells you that the Negro in America is the tribe of Judah. And Margaret Sangwood knows it. That's why she created Planned Parenthood. It's about killing black babies to keep us from reproducing. He has a video on it. Look up the publisher of the Et Sefer, Dr. Stephen Pidgeon. Dr. Stephen Pidgeon, white man. He'll tell you right now who we are. They know who we are. We don't know who we are. Why? Why you don't know who you are, Jay?
So it's
why
not
you
that
don't
I
know
don't,
where in Africa you come from.
Listen, it's not that I don't believe Yarah. Like, it's not that I don't think he has a point, but that would be me presuming. As far as the debate in that third round, I needed him to take us to America.
But
that's all I needed.
Why he has to do it in the third? That's what I don't understand. When he did it in the first round.
Right.
Hold on.
Why he has to do it in the third round?
Let me ask you guys specifically. I need a specific answer. What source specifically in the first round did he give? I need the name of it and the author.
That's why you're supposed to go and look at it yourself. You need to go watch it yourself and then judge the whole thing for the whole debate for itself. You can't ask us. You go and judge for you. It's only going to take a few minutes to go watch that his round and get an understanding.
Which source proves it?
Okay, like I said, I can't remember what source, but I'm telling you to go back and look at it.
So you can't tell me, but you're telling me to go back to look for something that you can't even name yourself.
I don't remember.
Come on now, man.
I don't remember.
Yeah, because he cited 9 sources, and he spoke on it. But the thing of the matter is, the sources that he spoke on was people that did research on the study. So you have to go back and see that. That's all he said.
She didn't do that. I'm telling you to go back and rewatch it. Because the very first source,
I got you. I'll do that.
Dr. Dana, whatever.
It would only be fair. It would only be fair to both of the debaters for you to even state an opinion.
How did we get here? He asked, did we come by plane? Did we come by train? Did we come by car? What's your answer to that? How did we get here?
Let me answer.
Yeah, how did we get here? How did you get
here? When you say we, who are you talking about?
Black people.
How did we get to America?
Yeah.
You're talking about North America.
North America.
My family.
Black people in South America. Black people is in North and South. How did we get here? Were we born here?
Yeah, that's the thing that was stated by both of the debaters. But that it was by slave ship, and that's what Chris is asking y'all.
But is that something you don't know nothing about? That Yarah needs to prove to you?
But the fact that Chris made a statement saying this is what he needed for him to prove. It wasn't just the fact that, it's about conversion. He was going all over the place, bringing him away from the topic, even though he proved that at the beginning. So Yarah was going through everything that Chris was asking for.
Not only did they come over on slave ships, but the fact that they were there, he had to show that they were there in order for them to come over. But where else did we come from? What do you know about the story? Did we come in any other manner? Did we know anything about these people over here in America before we were born here? Have we ever heard English being spoken? No. A language, the Bible says.
Okay, I got a question for you,
know.
Apostle.
Huh?
I got a question. What language did the Israelites speak in West Africa?
Whatever language, you know how long we were there. We amalgamated. We adopted to the people that were there.
Okay.
We lost our identity. That's why even here now.
Hold on, follow me real quick, Apostle.
Yeah.
Now, because I had a few questions I wanted to get out.
What part? Because I believe they was probably speaking different languages in different parts.
Yeah, right.
In the kingdom of Judah,
they were speaking Bantu.
What did the people of that tribe? What language did they speak? Specifically, the people you all are saying came over here in slave ship. What language
they were
did they
speaking
speak?
Different languages.
Give me a few.
Fulani.
So that's a guess. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying Fulani. It all depends on what people they were. Whatever people they developed into. Understand they were there for over 2,000 years.
Okay. Now here's my
from AD
question.
70 and from 1492 till you get to the 16 and 1700s.
Mm-hmm.
That time, a lot of us lost our identity. Some of us didn't. But we were so even separated. I mean, a mother would give birth to a child, like the Bible says, but would not raise that child. Very few mothers got a chance to even bond with children. The fathers never. The fathers was just used as bucks to create children. This is what they did. We always say it took 64 years. The $64 question. You ever heard that before?
Jay, are you an atheist?
No.
You ever heard of the $64 question?
No.
The $64 question is that question that it takes, that time that they took to create a new type of people in America. To take somebody from the shores of Africa, bring them to America. It took 64 years to create a Negro, a colored man. And that's the $64 question. You take 64, add it to 1619, and you'll come up with the day the first slave set sail on American soils. which would be 1554. It took 64 years to change a proud African Hebrew into a Negro.
Yo, Godman, I got you. Hold on. Apostle, is there any evidence for any tribe that was left in West Africa that was able to recall, recant, and recount what happened to some of their tribe members?
You got the Limba in South Africa, who's of the tribe of Levi, and Noah. Okay, they're in South Africa. You
So
got
they left West Africa and went to the south?
no, that's where they settled in. As they came in, as they left Israel, and everybody didn't go west. Some people went in and went south.
Right,
And
but
you
we're
can
talking
follow
about the
you
ones
can
that
follow
were
you can follow the transition of the Limba. Even
there's a disconnect there. I'm not following that too well,
What you
Apostle,
mean?
because if Yarah is showing us how in Benin and in West Africa, Gambia, there's the tribe of Judah, how are you and he's saying that those people were taken off the ships over to the Americas. How are you bringing me down to
see,
South?
different people came here about different ways. The Limba were not a part of the transatlantic slave trade.
So if they're all the way in the South, how are they able to recount, recant, and recall what's going on all the way up in the North?
They have maintained. That's reason why the state of Israel, which is not a country, sent examiners to the Limba. And what they found is the gene, that Kahan gene, is present among the Limba as high as like 50-something%. But among the Ashkenazi, it's 20%. Why is that? Because Esau is our brother, and he shared a percentage of his brother's blood. The Limba carries over 50% of the Cohen gene, whereas the Ashkenazi only carries 20%. So it shows a connection, a physical connection to the Ashkenazi Jew, who is actually Esau. See? That's how the Limba were able to prove. That's what made them accept them. But they still don't accept them. The only way they will accept them if they sign up to fight in their military and that they convert to Judaism, the religion, according to the way the Jew in Israel says this is to be done. They have to stop their practices of Torah and convert and fight in their war before they refuse to do that. And I don't blame them. I would refuse to. Because what you're telling me, for you to accept me, and you're not even real. I'm real. But I have to convert to you in order for you to accept me. Because you got the backing of America and Great Britain. That's why Christ said that they're the synagogue of Satan. They are Esau. They say they are Jews, but they are not. Christ spoke about it then, during his lifetime, that the Pharisees and the Sadducees were not Israel. They were installed by Rome, who is also Esau. Who is also Esau. They know who Israel is. Israel don't know who you are. Israel don't know. You don't know who you are. It's because it's been stripped from you. And the book says that you will be separated from your heritage. You will not remember. But there will come a time that you will remember. That's the
So does
time.
that also apply to those East Indians who were stripped from India and brought into the Caribbean?
What East Indians? What do you mean? What are you
The
talking about?
East Indians, like for example, Trinidad, right? You see those Indians who were stripped, and a lot of them
I
don't know
don't.
their heritage.
I do believe there is a part of possibly parts, not everybody in India, but those that perhaps maybe share that culture with Hindu Kush, possibly. I'm not going to deny that.
Hey, God, man, I'm not getting pulled away. I'm just showing respect to the elder, man. I'm not really trying to be too combative. I'm trying to learn, and we just talking, bro. God, man.
Yeah, I don't know what Godmon said that I helped Chris. No way. I thank Chris for that information because it confirms my information. He just don't know it. And that's the sad part about Chris. But he's not going to produce that book that he just shut out telling Yarah, I got the book that you don't have it. I caught him in a lot. He lied. I didn't catch him. Zion caught him lying like that before. I think he just did it again. But go ahead, go back and listen to the first round, man.
Yeah.
Yarah, that's he ended the taping of her on that very subject of the American Negro in America being the Hebrew, being the tribe of Judah.
Here's my thing, Apostle, right? It's one thing to have sources, but at the same time, you got to vet a source. A source itself is not just straight away proof, man. You know what I mean?
Understand
Sometimes
me.
we get carried away with source.
I'm dead on. Matter of fact, F sources. I don't even care. Sources are nothing but another man's opinion.
To an extent, that's right. Yeah.
That's all it is.
Sometimes it's true, yeah.
Either he witnessed it, which is primary, or he heard it, which is secondary. But it's just another man's opinion. In college, we had to do source preview, peer reviews. Our papers had to be backed up with sources. Okay? And I had to use sources that I totally disagree with. But in order to get an A, I had to write the paper the way that professor wanted. Sometimes I didn't always do that, Like the professor wanted me to do a paper on how great a man Noah was. To have the ability to build the ark and to get the animals. I can't credit Noah for that. The Most High did that. But he wanted me to credit Noah for it. This was the greatness. What I wanted you to do was talk about the greatness of Noah. Noah wasn't a great man. Noah was a man. We all got our job to do. Ultimately, the work that's being done through us is the Most High. That's what Christ said. All that I do from the Father. Not from me. Ain't that what he said? So why would I praise Noah? And I had to go over that professor's head just to get my grade changed because he wouldn't change my grade. He gave me a D. No. I graduated with a 3.87. No, you don't give me no D on my paper. Not after I worked that hard. I'm not here to please you, Professor. I'm here to learn. And to maintain my independence. I'm not coming here to be a convert. I had a mind before I walked in here. I'm going to have one when I leave here. Right?
Right. Well, hey, I'll tell you what, man. Yarah had me about to, you know what I'm saying, start calling myself an Israelite for a second. Then I got on the boat and he took me to America.
Man, go back to the beginning and
Took me
listen
to
to him, bro.
America. I got on the boat and Yarah just left me on the shores, man.
Yeah, nah, he established that just in the doctor's own words that said in front of Sonetta. She established that with her last words, man. I mean, that's the truth. She established that. And she said how they try to make a fable out of it. Not just Harris, but all the Kemet guys, man. All the Kemet guys. They try to turn it into something that is not. Why are they so upset because somebody claimed my heritage? Why is that so bothering to people because of Kanye or what they said? Don't we got the freedom? Unless you are causing problems like inciting a riot, don't you have the right to speak your mind in this country? Why do they got to pay such a high penalty for claiming something, claiming to be something? Why is the world upset about that? I don't understand that, man. I'm just saying, for anybody, you don't have to go along. I understand the white man being upset, but I just don't understand why black people are upset. Because a portion of black people are claiming something. And why they feel like it's their job to prove us wrong. Why is that?
It don't upset me. I actually support it as long as it's banging on them. You know what I mean? Because we got a common
But you got to admit,
enemy.
man, there's a whole society out here upset because people are claiming this heritage, man.
Okay, this is his sources from the beginning. I'm just going back a little bit so you can see this is where one of the sources he brought out. You feel me? Here's another. Hold on. There is a main source he brought out. If you listen to the video, you'll get information on that.
Right.
There's more information he brought out. More information he brought out. This is the beginning. This is the very critical part of the debate that you asking for. So the beginning of the debate is very critical for you to, ask them questions or get your answers at the beginning of this debate. So not all the way over here where y'all start talking and got all up in it. The beginning where Yarah was explaining and brought out the information from, America. But Chris changed the narrative and started asking all this other shit, and that's when he started going into the other stuff. But this is where he brought out this is critical. Okay.
Sonetta brought it out in the beginning that Chris was supposed to type the title text the title to you. And Chris never did. That's why Sonetta only put, whatever the title was, it was about show Israel in Africa. They had to add the part and being shipped to America because that was not established in the beginning. So that was something that Chris Harris added.
Yeah, because if you go to the beginning of this conversation on, what he wanted to establish, because the topic that you see, it kind of changed a little bit because Chris added more to it. So if you go to the beginning, you will understand why Yarah is bringing out this information, debunking everything that he's saying. Plus, he hit him with the how we got to America. So y'all got to understand that.
Right. I think that's the mistake that Yarah made, is when he told Chris he didn't care about the title. You could change it to whatever you wanted to, because he's not here to debate the title. And Yarah said that. I don't debate titles. I debate information. So, you got to look at all of that, man. You just can't
Yeah, because Shawnetta, I guess he didn't have the title or the understanding right. So when he put the title, it wasn't exactly what Chris was asking him to prove.
Right. And right before the debate started is when they had that, and Yarah said, I don't care. I don't debate titles. Change it, put whichever you want in it. He had already had his program set up, what he was coming to debate. And that was based on a conversation that they had previously had.
Right.
See, you got to take that in, Jay, you got to take that in consideration.
Really, you know, with these two guys are, good debaters. You know, Yarah brought information. Chris had a lot of tact and skill, though. You know, the way he tied it together for me was, he showed his strength in the debate. Yarah did some good research, though. But I do think that he should have been a little bit more thorough in his understanding of the sources that he brought out so that he could, share it to his audience a little bit better. There's no way that Chris should ever be able to check you like that to end the debate. It's just a really sour taste.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if Chris actually did. It looked
because and I don't think you either, because you seen the clowning that he was doing and it wasn't basically his common attitude. You were saying that, Jay, so let's keep that.
He does a lot of dish gathering, man. He'd say a lot.
He's a great
but
speaker.
He's not backing it up. Chris makes a lot of statements.
Right. He's a great speaker.
About the book.
Distractor.
I got the book. And he pointed behind, but I'm going to get the book. But he never do. See? Chris, that's how Chris operates. And I didn't realize until that day when Zion said, well, show me the book. And Zion would move off of it. And then he tried to show him a book, but it wasn't the book. And Zion caught him with that. And that's what I wrote in the chat. In a debate, you get caught in a lie, you automatically forfeit the debate. If you lie, saying you got information and you know you don't have it, to try to knock somebody off their information.
Did a poll go up for this debate?
Say what?
Did a poll, like a vote, go up for this debate? What did the people say?
Yeah, I think most of the people said Yarah won. Most of the people, even comedic people. I was convinced that first day. I don't think Chris Harris belonged on the same stage with Yarah.
Oh, stop, Apostle, man.
I'm
Come
serious.
on, man.
I'm serious. I'm serious. I am dead. I know this guy. He will say things as if it's true and knowing it's a lie. I done seen him do that, man. I have seen him do that. He's hurt because the group he was with as Israelite, they kicked him out of there, man. And he was with a group. I'm independent. I've never had nobody telling me what to believe and what not to believe. I follow the Most High. Yeah, all skin folk and kinfolk. Yeah, I know that, bro. I've been learning that. Yeah, skin folk and kinfolk, two different things, man. We're going to look at the last bit of it.
Oh, yeah.
So we can go ahead and drop that, tap out, let the people hear, because everybody's asking for it. I have to leave and go get the information and come back to do it. So I'm pretty sure you got it.
That is the enslavement of your mind. I am done. You are thoroughly refuted. and rebutted MVP out.
See, you would think he just did something.
Sir, please
because
let
of
me
the way
get
he
some
just
water.
acted.
Okay, go get some water. Yarah, you got 2 minutes. That's all to rebut what Chris had to say. You got 2 minutes. All right, brother. The time is on you.
Again, let's do this again, people. And let us show y'all why Chris, you have to catch him because he's a very quick liar. Right?
Let me know when you're ready.
Hold on 1 second. Let's get it.
I want y'all to get y'all questions ready. Remember?
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I see it. Y'all can just come in and ask questions, not to come in to teach. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, let me show you.
You got
something.
2 minutes, so you want to get
Chris
to your
has
point.
tried to Chris has tried to mishmash both points of the argument. He'll go into a source that I bring out and say, see, these Senegambians, did they come over on the boats? I never said anybody from Senegambia came over the boats. He asked the question, does Israelites come over on the boats? He's looking for the name Israelites. And he read the source himself that these people were known by many different names. He just read the source himself. Now watch this, people. Can you see my screen, Senator?
Yes, we see it.
Let me show you why Chris is a complete liar, right? And show y'all what he says. This is why you have to follow this guy over and over again. Let's go back to this article right here, right? The story on a hated recluse Jewish community. Listen to what they actually say, right? It says some of the people here believe in Muhammad, but the majority are idol worshippers, wrote the nameless Portuguese navigator. In this land, there are Jews known as Gauls. Where are Gauls located in Portugal? He said these Jews were known as Gauls. These are not people saying, oh, these Gauls are us or these Gauls came from us. Who converted the Gauls? If the Gauls are calling themselves Jews, who converted them? Not the Portuguese, because the Portuguese came and found them already saying that they're Gauls, that they're Jews, right? And so then as the article continues where he says I was disingenuous, what the article it says, especially the point that he says I didn't read, which I clearly read, which is why Chris is a liar, right? I clearly read it, right? It says right here, the most likely reason why the tribe didn't practice Hebrew traditions is because many Israelites were scattered and lost their culture and identity during the persecution. That's what the article said. That's what
our
it said.
heritage was taken from us.
All right. Beautiful.
Now, see, you thought Chris Harris had rebutted him. But you see how easy that was to clear up? You thought Chris Harris, that's why I told you, it only seems like he rebuked him. But he might, because Chris Harris has a way of convincing people he done more than what he done. He can act like he's doing something when really he's not doing anything. You see that, Jay?
Yarah was supposed to take us to the end zone, though, Apostle.
Just like Chris is like a European. He always speak big words, but he really ain't saying nothing.
Why are we putting that burden on Yarah? He can only give the information that's out there. It's up to you to decipher it, man. It's up to you to take the information that any professor, any scientist, anybody presents, and take that information, strategize it to get your understanding from it, what it's saying. I mean,
you're expecting us to fill in the gaps where Yarah is falling short.
No, I'm not expecting anybody to fill in. I'm not expecting anybody to do that. But I am expecting you to recognize chivalry when you see it.
Right, and he just cleared it up. He just, thank God we paused and let them speak, and then we unpaused it and let him clear all that up and went back to what y'all talking about. Like at the end of the day, he cleared it up, and you're still not satisfied with him, him clearing up because you thought Chris did a good job as far as debunking it, but he didn't. And he said he didn't touch down on it, and he came back and touched down on it.
Okay, but
The
he still
information is
hasn't
still there
shown these people being
that
shipped to
Chris
America.
misrepresented.
It's
It's
that
the
simple.
uniforms writers or Haaretz article drive to make the claim that because these Jews in the document did not practice Hebrew customs. Why didn't they practice Hebrew customs? They were not, saying that, so they were not real Jews. No, most likely reason this is why the tribes didn't practice Hebrew traditions is because many Israelites were scattered and lost their cultural identity. Just like us here in America, we lost our country heritage. We thought we were Americans, Afro-Americans, African Americans. We thought we were Gentiles. Why? Because we didn't worship the Jew God. But no, the truth is, we are the Israelites. But we didn't know that. That's the reason why they didn't practice it. But that's the way some people, like the Limba, because they wasn't carried off from their traditions. They maintain those traditions, even to this very day. So when the white man find them down there practicing Hebrewism, reading the Torah, they question them about which way you come to. Man, we've been doing this all our lives. Well, we're going to check this out. We got to see. Y'all, well, we'll see. Well, but before y'all come and we recognize you, we got to send some people down there to test you. What kind of bullshit is that? When they're the real thing. They're the real tribe of Levi. And they being tested by Esau. Come on, man. That's gall. That's all we want y'all to see, man. The reason why you don't know you're an Israelite, because you have been denied that. Name me whatever people on the continent of this planet as a people have been stripped of their history. Name one. What people? Who? That's all I ask. As the Bible said, we will be stripped of our heritage. Who else on this planet has been stripped of their heritage? The Bible says the cow and the ox know their home, know their master. But the Israelite, the Jew, knoweth not where he come from. Who do that fit, man? Come on, Jay.
God mine says that's the problem. Yarah's source said they were described as Jews, not that they called themselves Israelites.
Why they got to say Israelites? And this is being wrote about them. This is not something they're writing. So you're saying the problem is they didn't say Israelites? Or they didn't use the word Hebrew? That word Jew only means Judah. It's short for the word Judah, the tribe of Judah. That's who a Jew is. And that's all. Nobody else but those of the tribe of Judah. What came to be known as Judah is Judah, Levite, and Benjamin. Why? Because they came together as one tribe, where the other northern 10 tribes were divided and taken up north. And they became separate. And then the 10 tribes lost their identity and became Greeks, Assyrians, and then were even dispersed beyond that. But the tribes of Levi, Judah, and Benjamin remain together for the most part.
God mind says, let's see what he said. If you pay attention, these West Africans have always had their language and tradition, even today. But Apostle will tell you they forgot.
No, I didn't say all forgot. There's a lot of people that are Igbos that know who they are. They're in Africa right now. They're Khan. They know who they are. They're Shanti. They know who they are. They claim to be Hebrew Israelites. They claim to be Jews of the tribe of Ephraim. The Igbo, the Khan, the Awi, Awe, whatever.
God mind jump in.
Yeah, you're talking for him, but he come in attacking all the time. So, you know, we already know what he
does. If the people in Africa, if those Israelites that are there in Africa today don't claim it, but they claim who they are. And they never left Africa. They're in Uganda. They're in Benin Togo, Dahomey. They know who they are. They're practicing the ways today because the knowledge is returning to them, just like their knowledge is returning to us here in America. We're waking up. It's called the awakening hour. It's prophecy from the Bible that we will come to know who we are by the return of the Christ. He's soon to return. We be coming to know who we are, just like the Bible says so. I can lead you to the water, man, but I can't make you drink it. That's up to you. You know, you got to take it upon yourself to grasp the information, man. I'm just saying, where's the information? Read Deuteronomy 28, verses 1 through 15, talks about if we obey, what would happen to us. But we know we disobey. 16 through 68 tells us what will befall us for disobeying. See if you can find yourself there. See if it's talking about you or not.
Apostle, I could find myself in a lot of things, man. Sometimes I find myself
I'm not
in a song.
Find yourself. I'm not saying find yourself in a lot of things. I'm talking about in a specific writing. And these writings are a sign so that they will let you know who you are. That's what this is for, a sign to let you know in the latter day who you are. The people that fit this description. It is from verse 16 to verse 68 of predictions saying how you will become a byword, a proverb, What does that mean? You will become something other than what you say you are. You will become what somebody else say you are. Who did they say you are? Who do they say you are? Come on, Jay, follow me.
What's up? Who does who say? Who you talking about? Who's who? Who's this? Who?
Who? Esau, the white man. The people that's controlling this world. Who do they say you are? What names have they
Black.
given you? Black? Go ahead.
African American.
African American. Go ahead.
African descendants of slaves. Do they say that
Descendants
too?
of slave, Afro American, Negro, colored, jigaboo. What else they got for you? Are you any of that? Are you any of that?
See, I don't have a problem with someone saying I'm African.
Okay.
At all.
You don't.
I don't have a problem
Africa
with that.
is a continent. It's not a land. It's a landmass, but it's not a landmass of assertion. It doesn't describe who you are.
Okay, hold on. So what if I said West African?
Even that doesn't describe who you are.
And tell me why.
There are 54 different countries in Africa. That means 54 different types of people.
Not necessarily, because
not
necessarily.
Yes, they don't consider themselves African. They consider themselves to be whatever state they come from, whatever country they come from. That's who they are. They are separate individuals. Ugandans are not Nigerians. Nigerians are not Ugandans. They're not Tanzanians. These people are all separate people. And that's how it is. America is a continent. Everybody that's on the continent of America is not part of the United States of America. There are 3 separate countries on the continent of America.
Apostle, listen, the reason why I'm saying that is because even if I pin down a particular place, right, what we have to know, and especially if we go into the research of DNA, even those of us who came over on those slave ships, we have to acknowledge that even in Africa, we were intermixed.
Not necessarily.
I just want to say this real quick. This is one of the sources, and this is funny is because I just thought about it. One of the sources that Yarah used is one of Shanetta's sources that he actually brought out this doctor to explain the Atlantic slave trade. So he actually used one of Shanetta's sources, and she was credible. So at the end of the day, what you're doing is debunking one of his sources, Shanetta's.
Godmind was
That's a
trying to get in
specialty,
the
the Atlantic
stream.
slave trade.
I don't know if you want to let him in.
Who?
Godmind.
Yeah, he gotta connect his device. And he see what it says. So if he's trying to get in there, he gotta read what it says because it's clearly telling him what he needs to do.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you stay with me, man, and don't dodge it, because see, you know, we just say Africa. I mean, and I understand why we do that because we don't know what country in Africa we come from. We don't know what people. You know, for the most part, I was very fortunate because I found out information, and I talked to this professor that's down in University of Florida, Gainesville, who wrote a book, Hands Across America, dealing with the Gullah people, and that's my family. And I started talking to him, and I shared, and he told me I just gave him his missing link. His conclusion. And I said, what do you mean? He said, my book is about the Gullah people of Sierra Leone, of the Timni people. Whom is your family? You just completed my story. Now I know what happened to those people that were transported to America. And the thing is, in Florida for a very reason. One reason, because of the swamp. because of rice, indigo, and sugarcane. Those are swamp types of products that need swamp type conditions in order to grow. And you usually find them among river coasts, like the Sierra Leone River. There in Ormond Beach, Florida, you got St. John's River that flows out into the Atlantic Ocean from inland, along with the Savannah River. And it goes on and it talks about the land grant because Spain owned Georgia and Florida. And the English signed a land grant agreement for 20 acres to create that plantation. The people that own my family, Richard Oswald of Scotland and Governor James Grant of Florida. And they own 4 plantations in all. Ormond Beach, what became Mount Oswald, 2 in South Carolina, 1 off the Savannah River, 1 off the Santee River, and in Virginia. That was given to Oswald as a marriage gift. Although Oswald never set foot on American soil a day in his life, Governor James Grant managed those plantations. So,
So, Apostle, are you saying that every black person in America comes from one tribe back in Africa?
No, all the tribes are here today. All the tribes are here. The Bible said that this enslavement, this last enslavement, we will be enslaved together. All the tribes are here, as well as in other occupations, in other populations of the planet. We're spread all over the place, all over the planet. We're spread all over, not just Judah, but majority of the blacks here are of the tribe of Judah. Although there's some believe that all of the tribes are black.
That's not him, Sister Hazel.
Yeah.
So, Apostle, can you look at a person here and tell what tribe they come from?
I can't look at a person.
All right, so here's my point, right? Because when I said I'm African and then West African, you said the Ugandan's different from the Nigerian. The Nigerian's different from the
I'm
Gambian.
sorry, maybe I spoke too soon. But generally, you can tell an Israelite or Shemite, I put it this way, you can tell a Shemite in Africa from a Hamite in Africa. You can tell those 2 different people. Like the Nubians, Egyptians, you can basically tell. You know the ones that put plates and do different things to their body. The ones that can't grow hair on their face. The women's got very short hair. Usually Shemites although not all Ethiopians are Hamites, because not all Ethiopians look alike. So
that's right.
Yeah. But generally all Ugandans look alike. How they were able to separate the cockroaches in Uganda, those them 2 difference that committed genocide on each other, because the white man came up in there and said the Tutsi was different from the and caused that genocidal war.
Right.
Just because they were taller. But they were all Ugandans. But generally you can tell the difference between a Hamite. And see, that's what most people don't understand. They think only Hamites belong to Africa. Shemites belongs to Asia. And Japhet belongs to Europe. No, Shemites are African. Hamites are African. Israel is on the continental plateau of Africa. Israel is a part of Africa as much as Egypt is a part of Africa. But go ahead.
Or you can even say as much as Madagascar is a part of
Right,
Africa. And
right.
Cape Verde is
And
a
it's
part
sitting
of
out in the ocean.
Africa.
But
Yeah.
it's still part of Africa. I would even go as far as saying Australia. I know Australia broke off from the continent of India and Africa. I believe that to be so.
So what is the contention here, Apostle? Are you saying that we should identify and reconnect ourselves to a culture or to an ethnic stock? What's your thing?
I can't answer that question. As me, I can answer that question.
Okay.
I have connected myself to what I presume that I was from the beginning, what I would have been if not for the white man's hands being involved.
So
to this
pre-colonial
day,
identity.
I would
basically.
be a Hebrew Israelite.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I am. I'm from the land of Israel. Yes, that's my heritage.
Well, I respect that, man. I ain't got no problem with that. It's cool with me.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to do that work, especially if you're Black in America, because that's the one thing you don't know. That's $64 question.
The furthest I got back, I'm in like the 1840s in Grenada, because my family was
In Grenada
or Barbados. My family was bouncing
Okay.
from Barbados to Grenada, and then we ended up in Trinidad.
Oh, okay.
And then we came to America from Trinidad.
Okay.
My grandparents from
Okay.
Trinidad.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know more slaves were taken to South America and the islands than it was to America,
Yeah.
North America? Majority of the slaves were taken to South America
Right.
and the islands. You know, so and a few were taken over in England. Some were taken to Spain. You know, so that's my. I just don't understand that the people. I mean, especially those that claim Kemet. And no goddamn well they ain't from
See,
no
I don't
damn
go
Kemet.
that far. I don't go that far, but I
But
like
then
to,
they
it's entertaining.
But then they're gonna tell me I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. And you claiming Kemetic? Come on, Negro, please.
Yeah.
You know, I have no understanding, but a man got the right to claim he want to be Kemetic. You know, I just
See,
tell Jabari. Go ahead.
I acknowledge the ancient Kemites as African people, but I know they were East African people.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Meaning, like, you know how like Somalia and Ethiopia,
Right.
they're a little bit different.
They don't look like us, man. Right?
Some of them.
Some are Somalians?
Some Somalians actually look West African. I got a good friend who looks, she could pass as Nigerian.
Okay.
You know, believe it or not.
Okay.
You gotta remember, there's different tribes in these places too.
Well, I know not all Ethiopians are Hamites. I do know that. There are Ethiopians that are Shemites as well. Are Shemitic.
You know what's interesting about that brother saying that? Are y'all familiar with the Bantu Somalis?
Yep. Somali Bantu, they get disparaged over there. They get called, they got another name for them, a rude disparaging name for them.
There's some Shemites over there.
I'm going to tell you what happened. When you come on StreamYard, it tells you to give your camera and your mic permission. That's connecting your device. You didn't do that. You stood there and you didn't connect your device. Sometimes you have to go to your address bar and there's a little lock up there and you have to connect it. So you didn't do that. So that's the reason why you didn't come on here. You can try a little harder. You just came on here, left a comment in the back chat, and then didn't connect your device, even though it's telling you in your face to connect your device, and it's telling you how to. So come back on here. I can guide you if you need me to.
Right. Sometimes your computer will automatically, if you normally used to being on, your computer will automatically adjust and do it itself. But sometimes you got to do it. You have
for your first time, you have to connect your device. Yeah.
You got to do that. Kareem, another thing I got to figure out when I bring people in and I take them out of the back show and bring them in, how to put them up on front, because I was only able to put one guy up, and I had a struggle bringing two other people that were down they were in the show, but I couldn't put them on the screen.
Yeah, because they didn't connect their device. It's them. They have to connect their device in order for you to push on to add them.
I tried to do everything. I tried to.
No, you can't do anything except for them. That's why I'm telling them. It's not we can do. It's basically them. Once they connect, then you can be able to push and add them to the screen. But it's up for them.
So they connect by the voice, but they weren't connected by the camera.
Right. And they have to connect both of them.
Right.
Yeah, some of them got to go through Chrome, different ways in order to be able to be heard.
But Chrome is a good search engine, so I recommend Chrome anyway.
Yeah.
So, like, I had a question for the panel. If y'all can help me out with this a little bit.
Yeah.
Where do they say Abraham came from? Where does the Bible say Abraham came from?
Ur of the Chaldees.
Is that in Sumer?
Yeah. Babylon.
The reason why I asked that is I decided to, not just have faith that we Israelites based on faith, but to actually read some of the books talking about us and just talking about secular history in general. And I wanted to do some research on Sumer. So this book showed up in this playbook application that I have. And what's interesting is, have you ever heard of the book Eden and Sumer on the Niger?
Yeah.
The sister is saying that there's a connection, I believe, with the Niger-Congo language and the ancient people of Sumer.
Yeah.
And she's saying it says Eden and Sumer on the Niger. It says archaeological, linguistic, and genetic evidence of 450 years of Atlantis, Eden, and Sumer in West Africa. She's saying there's a connection between the ancient Sumerians, I think, and West Africa. I'm not sure because I'm still reading the book, but just reading the first couple of pages, I'm wondering, is this sister saying that the Sumerians have a connection with West Africans?
Yeah. Yeah, Shemites in West Africa. Yeah. Sumer, they're Shemites and Hamites. King Nimrod was an Hamite. His father was Cush, just like the Ethiopian. But he never resided in Africa, but he had a connection to Africa in that his father is Ham. His grandfather was Ham. So, and he was the king of Babel, or Babylon. And he also built Canaan, which is another city in Babylon. But so, yeah, the basically was the original Mesopotamians were black people. Things kind of got different by the time some of these different types of Assyrians started coming in, and the Xerxes and all of them people started coming in. But the original, I mean, Abraham was probably dark as the average Ethiopian. And his father was a priest in the courtyard of King Nimrod. And according to the book of Jubilees, Abraham as a child had to be snuck away because Nimrod, when Nimrod heard the prophecy of Abraham, he wanted to kill him because the prophecy was making Abraham equal among kings, predicted Abraham would be equal among kings, even Nimrod. And so they slew a child and snuck Abraham out. And the Bible and the book of Jubilees teaches that Shem and Noah raised Abraham into adulthood. And then he went back after Nimrod died. And it teaches that Nimrod died at the hands of Esau. That's when Esau was tired and was habilitated and wanted some food because he had been fighting Nimrod all day, according to the book of Jubilee. Now, not everybody believes in the book. I accept the book. I don't believe everything in the book. But I don't believe everything in the book of Enoch neither. But I accept Enoch too, because the Bible quotes Enoch. The Bible quotes Jubilee, definitely quotes Yasha or the book of Jasher. Some people say it's not the same book, but I haven't seen evidence of that. Yeah, I haven't seen evidence of that. They're going to tell me that's some different book.
Yeah. Apostle, I have one more question.
Yeah.
Is the first letter of the Metanetta the vulture?
I don't know nothing about the Metanetta.
And you know, the reason why I asked that, right, is because I've seen you go on Sonetta TV trying to explain to them about Paleo Hebrew, right?
Right.
And I recently started just doing some basic research on the definition of the word alphabet and the first letter of the English alphabet, which is A, right?
Right.
And what they're saying is that the letter A goes back to the ox symbol in the Phoenician alphabet.
Hebrew.
Does that predate the walls of Kemet?
Does it predate the walls of Kemet? As far as I'm concerned, it predates everything. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, it predates everything. It's the language of creation, according to the book of Jubilees. Hebrew,
and you know, when you try to research the Egyptian language, that I mean, the Metanetta thing is something that I heard Reg and Brother Jabari and Brother Garfield talking about, right? But when I did my when I did research on the word alphabet and on the first letter of the English language, right, it showed the Phoenician character that was equivalent to that, right? But there's no vulture. It doesn't even mention the Egyptian writings, and when it does, it shows that ox symbol, which would be Aleph in the Hebrew, right?
Yeah, I say Alapa. They say Aleph, but I say Alapa.
Right. So I know people be scoffing you sometimes when you talk about how the Hebrew language was the language that was used that spoke everything in existence, right? I know people scoff you about that on Sonetta's channel a lot, but when you do research, it's not showing the vulture as the base or an ancient equivalent to A today in the English, or alpha in the Greek, right? Or ox in the Phoenician.
Right. Actually, the word alphabet, alaba, comes from the alaba, the first and second word. The ba and the a. The a is the ox, the ba is the house or the tent, and that's abba or abbe. It means father. Ab, ba, father, which is the head of the house. And that's where the alphabet comes from, the alphabet. That's where the word alphabet comes from. The alaba, the alapaba. I didn't even add the last letter, the tha, which is the mark, the X, the covenant, the law, the foundation.
And see, I tried to sincerely ask Dr. Reggie about that because I was going to ask him about the vulture because I know that's what they're into, right?
About that, Reggie, only thing Reggie know to do is to disrespect the language of creation because it has nothing to do with Egypt.
But right, but I was still, Apostle Slaki, I was still trying to keep it cool with Reg, and I was sincerely trying to ask him about the vulture and about the ox, right?
Yeah.
He's so focused on hating on the Israelites and being a damn groupie of ours, I couldn't even ask him a sincere question.
Right. That's sad. See, the thing is, they think Hebrew started with the Hebrew people.
But y'all remember, Commission caught Reggie reading it backwards.
I caught him reading it backwards. I caught him reading the blue letter backwards. The Hebrew, the blue letter Bible. He was reading it backwards. He was reading it from left to right. And he was confused. And he didn't realize how confused he was. You can't get no understanding reading. That's like taking English and reading it backwards. How you going to understand what you read it? He read it as if he was reading English. But see, even Hebrew, when it's being translated, you still got to read it from right to left. The translation is written right to left in the blue letter. And he was acting like he was understanding. Even Sonetta was giving them bombs. And I said, neither one of them know what the hell they talking about.
Right.
Neither one of them know what the hell they talking. I'm sitting there putting the pencil on the letter, reading it, and going there. And I'm like, you dumb motherfucker. You don't even know what you're reading. And Sonetta blowing him up, putting all kind of bombs on him. Damn, Reggie, you blowing up them Hebrews now? I said, no, he ain't. He blowing himself up. He looks stupid as hell. Because he got no understanding what he reading.
Yeah, they can't think straight, man. They too busy being damn Ricky Bobby's daddy at Denny's when everything is perfect, going crazy for nothing. They just too focused on hating on us to even think straight sometimes.
Did the Kemetic writings exist before the Hebrew people? Yes. But the Hebrew language, or what became known as the Hebrew language, is the language of the Creator that he shared with Adam. And Adam named everything based on the way it appeared, on its appearance. That's why the first letters are drawings of an ox head instead of the letter A, sideways, or a house, blueprints of a house laid out. Let me cut my screen because I can show it to you better than I can explain it. All right. Abba, Ab. You see that? Ab. Okay? And you see this. That's a floor plan of a tent. This is the dalaf, the entrance. This is the ka. It's a wall or a divider. The men in the tent slept here on this side. The children and the women slept on this side around the divider. The men slept at the dalef, the door or the entrance. So when you see that format, this is what it looks like on the alphabet table when you see it. It is the ba or the bayet or the bayaf. You see? That's how powerful the Hebrew language is, because it only speaks about what it describes, actually what it is. Bayaf, That's why our language is not Hebrew, but our language is Abath, Abayath, from our ancestor Abba. He was the one that was accredited to maintaining the language after the flood. So, okay, Kareem. Top of my head, I don't know what y'all looking. I'm going bald. Y'all can't see the top.
The water, Elder, gratitude for the information as well, and giving me some clarity on some of the questions that I had. Greatly appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, all right, yeah, man. I just appreciate that because I hate it so much, man, when I go into that, because even my Hebrew brothers, because they didn't take the time to learn the original language, and they just accept what this white man is saying and his language after he stole it from us. I can't do that, man. How you gonna take something from me and repackage it and then hand it back to me and tell me this is what the truth is? Now, that's a lie. I don't want nothing to do with that language, man. And as a Hebrew, I don't see how people say, well, you got to learn it because you go to Israel. I'm not going to Israel until the Lord take me. So I don't need to learn it. When I pray in Abath, Abayath, the language of my Creator, the language He blessed me with, the language of creation. Genesis 1:1. Bereshit bara Elohim et Yashamayim Wayet Haaretz. In the beginning created God the heavens and the earth. And when He created it, it was perfect. The heavens and the earth. That means everything that's in heaven, everything that's in the earth, it was all created. Perfect. Something happened that caused the catastrophe. That's why verse 2, and the earth, the Haaretz, was darkness, and a base, barren, water covered the earth. When does such a thing like that happen? So it's telling you, people thinking that this is number 1, okay, then number 2, okay, then verse 3, okay, then verse 4. No. And they thinking this took place in a 24-hour span, which a day is really 12 hours. A day is only daylight. A watch is at night. A day becomes 24 hours according to the Gregorian calendar. Not according to Enoch. In the Enoch calendar, a day is daylight. An evening is an evening, and then you had a watch. The first watch, the second watch, the third watch, the fourth watch. Bringing you back to 6 o'clock in the morning with sunrise and day again. That's why it says from evening to morning was the first day. Not evening, then back up to the morning. No. From evening back to morning. Why? Because God sees things from the end to the beginning. That's why He knows everything. Because anything that's going to happen, He already knows is happening because He see it from the end to the beginning. That's why Christ was slain before the foundation of the world. If you understood Bereshit, you would know that that's saying Ba in the house of Ra, the son, Bar, is going to go through destruction, Shah, by his own hand, Yah, on what? A cross. Tha. In that one word, God has already revealed His plan for salvation in the word Genesis, if you understand what the word Bereshit means. And even my Hebrew people don't get that. And they know every letter I just broke down tells you everything I just said. Ba, house. Ra is head. Bar is son. Sha is destruction. The Yod is the right hand of power. The Tha is a cross on which hangs the law. We all know that Thawa is the Torah. Thawa. Thawah. Thawa. That is Torah. That's the monument, it's the mark, it's the X, it's the sign. It represents the covenant, it represents the law. From the first letter to the last letter, that's why Christ said in Aramaic, Aleph. I'm Aleph. Aleph and Tav. I don't accept that, but he said, I'm Alapa and Tha. In Greek, I'm Alpha and Omega. He is Alpha and Omega. He's the first and the last. The teaching in Hebrew is so powerful and yet so simple to understand. You can break it down to the lowest terms. And a baby can understand it, man. We only make it difficult. Yep. The word Hebrew is an English translation of a Greek word. The Greek word is ivri. This is for God mind. The Greek word is ivri or ivret, whether you're talking about the Hebrews or you're talking about the Hebrew language. Ivret, because the Greek, first of all, they don't know how to pronounce an I. So our ancestor, Eber, in Hebrew is Aber, Iba, Abba, I-B-A-R, Abba. Okay? Abba is the person, Abayath is the language. But the Greeks does not have a B. It has a V. So they translate the B into a V. As long as the B is not the first letter of a word. If it's the second, third, fourth, fifth letter of the word, that B will become a V. Abraham's name will become Avraham. Avram or Avraham because of the Greek translation of the word. We say Hebrew because it's commonly known as such, like the word Israel. You know that's Greek because they don't pronounce the I. Okay? So they pronounce the I as I. That's why in the King James, 1611, the King James, 1611, the word Jesus, because there's no J, is used with an I, not a Y. So this whole thing that Joshua comes from Yahshua is crazy. Okay? So, I mean, I hate doing this, man, but you got to understand, Israel, first of all, doesn't really call who we are. Ish is man. Isha, man. Power, El. What you're saying is man, the power of man is El. but we don't worship El. So that word has a problem. It's Greek translation. Even the word Jesus is pronounced Isus, but it's spelled with an I-E, apostrophe S-U-S. There's an I in Hebrew, not in Greek. The I in Hebrew is called ayan. It's your eyeball, your eye. It's a picture of an eye, and it's pronounced ayan. I-Y-A-N. In the Masoretic, it's pronounced with an A-Y-A-N. Why they do it like that? I don't know. It's backwards. It's I-Y-A-N, ayan. It means your eye. Okay? Okay, we're getting into the music, so let's do that. But like Israel is all of that is Greek, man. Hebrew is Greek, based on a Greek translation into English. Our language is called Abayath, not Hebrew. You can go ahead and play it, Kareem. This is my son's collaboration. Abba. With brother Akana. God bless this brother.
Yeah, I live.
And God's hand be on him for the favor that he showed my son, the blessing in him sharing this with my son, allowing them to collab together. I am so grateful for Akana for doing that. God bless you, brother. Go ahead, Kareem.
I might speak that slang, but got that word. Yo, I can still pull up where I served in. They watching my moves, they observe me. Steam my brother, it's whatever for you. I'ma serve. I might speak that slang, but got that word. Yo, I can still pull up where I served in. They watching my moves.
It's called Tap Out. It should be listed above this song.
You say what?
Tap Out. Akana and Abba. Tap out, tap out, tap out, tap out. I don't rap, man. Yeah, God, mine. It means to cross over. Yes. Abraham crossed over the Euphrates, or one from the past. That which was before. It means all of that. To cross over. One from the past. Yeah. And also it means Patreon. Patreon. Or friend. Can you get it, Karima? Let me see. I could probably go in there and get it. Let me do this first. Yeah, you got it.
That nigga Sully going stupid.
Then I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap out. Bring the script shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out. Black out, black out, black out. Make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scrum. Make it tap out, tap out. That's done, wrap it up, he finished. We mighty men of valor. One of the best ways to kill a man is wisdom. If he out, you can get a friend out. Since you ain't he, put me in and out. You know it's folly, the sense of laughter. Chase the king, possess riches out. Stay focused, they just riches and head wraps. I switch quick, no doubt. I'm a proof friend, pull the book and chop. I'm a search and walk up in the chop. They were cap in, then I walked about. Had question, they ain't had no else. The gear ones around, we gotta sharpen them blades. This path that he paid, they shut up that ancient of days. And I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap out. Bring the script shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scrum. You make it tap out. Then I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap out. Bring the script shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scrum. You make it tap out, tap out.
This is the finally that's out with it. I pray for the knowledge of Solomon. Matthew 4:19, check what it said. Now be casting that right like a fisherman. Yeah, be careful, no storm that took many men. Paint the people fell victim to malice sin. When you fly something wicked, no real is real. I'ma tell you the truth that because I care. I'ma tell you the truth that because I care. Yeah, that real stay with me, y'all come prepared. Demons flee off the scene and they out of there. ZZ with the fringes, the righteous pill. Yeah, we keep the law, so we stand tall. The remnant remain with some solitude. So we in the spirit, and we stay dirty up till the Mashiach reappear. But please don't make me pull the scripture where they trap out. Make the spirit come up out my flesh now. Kala Haya Hawa Bahashem. Yeah, I got my sword and sharpened for the Gentile. I had to dumb it down just for a little while. I had to sit me down like a little child. Came from the streets, wicked, started milk sipping out. Righteous living, break the word down. The blind leading the blind. Hereafter the church still believes there's a rapture. Lies told, recycled by the pastor on judgment day. The fires when you cast them. Real righteous brothers, no actors. Got the precept jotted. Turn the chapter. Keep moving forward, never backwards. Kingdom's here for us.
I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap out. Bring the script shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scrum. You make it tap out. Then I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap out. Bring the script shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scrum. You make it tap out, tap out, tap out.
Yeah, like and share.
All right, we out.
All right. Much blessings.